What is up, guys? Welcome. Come on in. Woo, 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 woo. Woo. Oh, what a day. What's up, Bonner's Ferry, baby? How we doing, Bonners? Bonner's Ferry. What's up, Boundary County? What's up, Bonner County? What's up, Kootenai County? I know you guys are all watching. What's good for the goose, good for the gander? What's that saying? Well, we'll wake you guys up. What you guys are looking at right here, those of you guys are joining me, good evening. This is the redacted CAD notes. It's the call detail records right there. So we'll get a little closer. Yeah, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? So here's a little gander. Well, this is the 911 call, the only 911 call detailed report. And it is not from Kootenai County. It is from Bonner County. And as you can see here, it says 1929 in 5 seconds. And then it says 1930 in 2 seconds. This was considered to be a call that just was taken in Bonner County, which is Sandpoint area. But Jennifer Drake said that she called Kootenai County and that she was transferred to Bonner County, and then Bonner County transferred her to Boundary County. For those of you guys that have been following this along, we all know that there are no Kootenai County 911 records. They do not exist. They are not in Jennifer Drake's phone. They are not in her phone records. They are not in her phone extraction. Jennifer Drake, with her cell phone that she turned into the police, did not call 911. But there is a phone call. It's right here. And this is going to kick everything off. This is what actually puts everything in motion for the woman here who's the dispatch. She was like, what the fuck? This is the most craziest shit I've ever seen. AKA her, because she's on the phone with her. But so see this BY? That's Boundary. That's short for Boundary 911. So reporting party states that she thinks her husband may have been shot. She thinks he was yelling. And then he said he thinks he just got shot. Chiropractor of North Idaho. Blank is a reporting party. They redacted that. He said he was shot in his side. So she's filling this all out. Okay. And then right here, you could see at 1951 hours, this woman, Tiffany, she decides to call Boundary 911 to get an update on that phone call that she had transferred to them. So that doesn't happen until 1951 in 13 seconds. So let's reposition ourselves with what this big info is. The way that cell towers work is if I'm on right here I'm at my house, if you were to call me, my cell phone is going to be pinging off of a cell tower that's where I'm at. Okay. You calling me, let's say that you're in, I don't care, Idaho. All right. It's going to also be on your cell tower where you are at. Okay. And let's say that you and I are in the same damn area, then we both would be on the same cell towers on the same cell tower, period, singular. So how you can figure this all out is, first of all, we have networks such as T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon. And so what you're going to do is you're going to get all of those records. And for this case, 7 to 8 p.m., T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon, they're all separate. Okay, because you're going to be dealing with anybody that was on the cell towers between 7 and 8. That's what the police wanted. Okay, they asked for a preservation from 7 to 8 p.m. for the cell towers in Bonners Ferry. I think it's cell tower around 86 or 4 or something like that. So, but then you're also going to have the individual, like you have T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon. And just so we're clear, Brian Drake and Jennifer Drake had Verizon phones. So everything to do with them in terms of their phones is going to be on Verizon. But let's say that you called like a friend and they had AT&T or T-Mobile. Their records will be on the AT&T or T-Mobile towers that return. So just like the Idaho 4 case, you put in a preservation, and in the Idaho 4 case, they wanted from 3 to 5 p.m. This case, they wanted from 7 to 8 p.m. They never put in for the preservation of Kootenai County, where Jennifer Drake would have been calling 911. You guys are all familiar with the infamous 911 call by Jennifer Drake. Now, this phone call is not in her phone records. It's not in the extraction, and it's not. I did a FOIA request, and that number, nor did any number, register calling Kootenai County at 7:29 or any time in the evening on that day. I did 2 FOIA requests on that, just to see if maybe she used a different number. Because then I said, okay, I want all the 911 calls that day. All the 911 calls, there was no call that originated in Kootenai County out of Hayden. Now, this is really important because Van Leuven, who is the ISP detective sergeant, put in his probable cause affidavit to, arrest Dan Moore. He put that Jennifer Drake made her phone call from Hayden. That's not provable. There is no phone logs having a 911 call from Kootenai County. So now, the infamous 7:17 p.m. phone call, which is supposedly after Brian Drake saw his last patient, who is Eldora Gatchel. She supposedly gets in her vehicle and she's leaving with her brother. And then Brian picks up his cell phone, and he's alive, supposedly, and decides to call Jennifer Drake, his wife. And this is the infamous 7:17 p.m. phone call. And the reason that it says Brian's phone calls, because we have no idea if Brian made that call, right? Just because a phone calls doesn't mean like that person who owns that phone made that phone call. So Brian's phone, his personal cell phone, called Jen Drake's personal cell phone. And I can corroborate that the fact that the 7:17 p.m. call is on the Verizon cell towers. So Brian's phone is showing that, and it's located on the tower as it's in Bonners Ferry. And that phone is making a call at that time to Jennifer Drake's number. Okay. The number that he is calling, Jennifer Drake's cell phone number, that phone is not on the Bonners Ferry cell tower. Now, that call lasts for 555 seconds, which is 9 minutes and 15 seconds. of which Jennifer Drake says that they have a phone conversation for about the first 9 minutes. They're winding down. And then the last 15 seconds, Brian screams out and says, ow, ow, oh my gosh, ow. I think I've been hit. I think something just hit me. I think I was shot through the window. I think someone just shot me through the window. Okay. And then within 15 seconds, so once the 9 minutes and 15 seconds and this call is up, this is what happens is that, again, this call is on the cell tower. But right here at 7:17, it's like some odd seconds. So at 7:18, we have to introduce now a new call that is from new records. So at 7:18, none other than Detective Dave McClellan. And this is at 7:18. He is on the Bonners Ferry tower, and he makes a call out at 7:18. Basically, these are like almost like simultaneously almost. That's how crazy this is. But Dave McClellan is someone who, if you're familiar with this case, you'll know who he is. And he is with the Boundary County Sheriff's Department, and he is a detective. So now Jennifer says to the police that I started to scream out, Brian, Brian, Brian. He wasn't answering. The phone was like black. It didn't like end the call or anything like that. It just went blank, she said, when she used the word black. And then she decided that it was best for her to hang up the phone and then call 911. Okay. So now Brian's phone had his Gmail account on it. And they got a search warrant for Google. So therefore, they had his latitude and longitude because he was running his Gmail like just constantly. So it was just nonstop moving. And so there'd be latitude and longitude, new lines coming up depending on, you know, what was going on with that app. So it's important to point out that from 7:28 to 7:48 p.m., there are no Google updates in terms of like new latitude and longitude lines. I'm doing another search of that just to make sure, but that's what it reads right now, which is actually very, very interesting when I continue on this, which they want to claim that Jennifer Drake called 911 at 7:29 p.m. Remember, this call is nowhere to be found except somehow a CD with Jennifer talking to somebody that's allegedly at Cooney County, but there's no chain of custody on this CD. It's crazy. Anyways, it's just the words of Jennifer, and she says that she's home. She's about 2 hours from Brian's office and that she can't get out there, and she gives the address on where to go. But then they're like, oh, wait, where do you need us to send? Where do we need to go? Where should we go? So she gives up the address of her husband's workplace. So they had the exact address on where these police officers were supposed to go. She's like 6811 Main Street. He works at the Idaho chiropractic office, blah, blah, blah. She kept on repeating it. They put in the address. Here are these CAD notes. Right here. 1934, active 911 sent. Reporting party advised of hearing 2 gunshots in the area of Les Schwab. Now, they're saying now they're not using Jen's words here. They're using allegedly Isaac Funderburg's words, which is reporting party Advised of hearing 2 gunshots. You see that? 2 gunshots. I don't need to prove shit about that there's 2 gunshots. The reporting party reported 2 gunshots, who's Isaac Funderburg, who's one of the eyewitnesses. 2 gunshots. It's right here in the paperwork. In the area of Les Schwab and seeing a person running. So this was a transfer from Bonner County of wife on the phone with her husband when he said he had been shot. And then he wasn't answering any other calls. Okay. And so request this be kept open until, so here we go, 19. So it's 7:34. Now you can see 7:34, 7:38, 7:38, 7:39, oh wait, 7:36. Completely out of fucking order. Never seen before. This is crazy. CAD notes don't go like this. This is all automated from when you're typing in the computer, and it just pumps out that time based on what time it is. This is some fuckerage. And there's different points in this report, in this CAD notes, that you see the time and it's not in chronological order. It's a big what the fuck. All right, and someone has to answer to that, and they will. But that's your girl right there. So then, now, this is where it gets really interesting. When Jennifer Drake was on the phone with 911, her cell phone that she's supposed to be on 911 with at 7:32, well, we'll get there in a second. So problem number 1 is when I did my FOIA request, Jennifer Drake's cell number nor any number comes and has anything to do with a 911 Kootenai County 729 phone call. Okay. At the same time that Jennifer Drake allegedly makes a 729 phone call, this is the new reports from new stuff that I got. At 7:29 p.m., Detective McClellan receives a phone call from Detective Watts, Caleb Watts. Detective Caleb Watts, on his personal cell phone, at one point he was a patient of Dr. Drake's. He calls Detective McClellan, and they have a 13-minute phone conversation. Again, this is new information, and this is on the cell tower. Detective Watts, literally 7:29, the same time that Jennifer Drake would have supposedly called 911. He calls Dave McClellan, and they are on the Bonners Ferry cell phone to cell phone, personal cell phone to personal cell phone, and they're on the Bonners Ferry towers. Now, here we go. But remember, now, Jennifer Drake is on the phone allegedly with 911 when her cell phone at 7:32 and 50 seconds calls Brian Drake's cell phone. So Jennifer Drake at 7:32 and 50 seconds calls her husband's personal cell phone. It shows up on Brian Drake's extraction. But it does not show up on the cell towers in Bonners Ferry. Again, so this call, let me change this really quick. Now, if Brian's phone was on, if Brian's phone was turned on, it's going to hit the cell tower. If Brian's phone is turned off, it's not going to hit a cell tower. And if Brian's phone was dead, it's not going to hit a cell tower. This is really, really important. So I was trying to find this 7:32 and 50-second phone call on the cell towers. It is not on the cell towers. So you have one of three options here. Brian Drake, after he supposedly was unconscious within 15 seconds of getting supposedly shot in the side, Jennifer Drake's yelling out. He then isn't responding because he is unconscious. But somehow, after that call is ended, Brian Drake decides that he's going to shut off his phone. Option one. Option two, Brian Drake's phone somehow dies. It ran out of battery. It just dies right then and there. Or Brian Drake's phone is no longer in the cell service area for that tower. Those are your three options. This was a regular outgoing call and it shows up it's in his extraction. Okay. Now, when Jennifer Drake is interviewed by police, she says that I tried to call Brian. It went straight to voicemail. Now, Jennifer's a liar, but that's what she says, that I tried to call and it went straight to voicemail. Now, I've known at times that my phone hasn't been ever off. And it would have been a good let's see, that 7:26. It would have been a good 5.5 minutes between when she got rid of the 7:26 when that call ended and when she tried to call back at 7:32 and 50 seconds. So, but now here's something that's just so fucking amazing. Now remember, she's supposed to be on the phone with the police, right? That 911 call that she said she made. And there's a recording of in Bonner County that gets transferred to Boundary County. And at the end of that phone call, she says, "Will you call me back, please?" But if you add up the total time of that phone call and how long it would have taken for that phone call from start to finish, it would have overlapped with trying to make this phone call out to Brian's cell phone. You would have had to put police on hold and try to make a three-way call but that's not what happened because there is no 911 call on her actual cell phone. This is just more of a way to prove that she's using two motherfucking devices. This broad is using two devices. Now, when Jen gets off with 911, she calls her mom, her dad, Steve Minert by 7:41. And my whiteboard here has so much shit going on. All right. At 7:37, a new emerging phone call here. At 7:37, Isaac Funderburg calls his girlfriend's cell number. Now, normally, if you are with your girlfriend, right, you don't call them, right, if you're with them. At 7:32, Isaac Funderburg is talking to Stephen Hartman on the side of the road and seen on camera. 7:31. Isaac Funderburg is coming back in his little hatchback to his apartment from Drake's business drive-through. But here, 7:37, there's a phone call that happens between Isaac and his girlfriend. Now, 7:41, Jennifer Drake calls Stephen Minert. He doesn't answer. He texts her back, and she's like, no, call me right now. And they end up talking. Now, 7:44. This is absolutely wild. 7:44, Jennifer Drake receives a phone call from the Boundary County Sheriff's Office line. Okay. This could be anybody that could be using the landline at the Boundary County Sheriff's Office. Jennifer Drake claims that it is dispatch calling her to tell her that Brian, she's on the phone with him for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that Brian is, hey, medics are with him. So at 7:44, she's saying, yep, they called me, told me that medics are with him. They wouldn't tell me if he was alive or dead. I was just asking them, is he okay? Is he alive? And then she's like, well, the medics are with him. That's all I know. But the sheriff wants Brian's cell phone number. The sheriff wants Brian's cell phone number. Okay. Right here. Dispatch medics are with Brian, and the sheriff needs Brian. This is her version of what that call consisted of. This is Jen's hearsay. Now, I said to myself, 7:44. I said, well, fuck shit. If I was Jennifer Drake, I would sue the living shit out of Boundary County. I've been saying this for a year and some change now, that Jennifer Drake needs to sue the police. Why? Well, because the medics were not with Brian. In fact, nobody is with Brian at that time. These cops are allegedly, supposedly, now I'm saying, according to the cops, they are driving around. See, 1941, 1947. Spoke with citizens. She heard gunshot near far north. So this is when all the cops are driving around. They don't get in and go in and bust through. I have the body cam until right here, all units, okay, 681 or 6811 Main Street here. And it's going to be right here at 1954. So 10 minutes basically later, 10 minutes later. And this is all also proven by body cam. Okay. Now, were there cops over there? Fuck yeah, there were. Were there an ambulance over there? Fuck yeah, there was. But they weren't with Brian. We'll get to that. So Jennifer says 7:44. That's what I was being asked for Brian's cell phone number. Why the hell would the sheriff need Brian's cell phone number, right? And why are they saying that that medics is with him? He's told, like, they're, now either that's not truly what this conversation was about, right? Or they're lying to her, right? Because I know that this is not true. We know that this is not true. So either Jennifer Drake made this up or Boundary County lied to Jennifer Drake. Now, new emerging information. At 7:45 on the, so right after, so basically Jennifer Drake has this phone call for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So at 7:46 and some change, she's getting off this phone call. It's really important. 7:46 and some change, she's getting off this phone call. At 7:45, basically in concert with this call, because it's towards the end of 7:44, in concert here at 7:45, Dave McClellan is on the tower and he makes a phone call to a woman. I will not reveal who it is. 3 seconds. So it was like either voicemail picked up or they really talked for just 3 seconds. Now at 7:48, okay, so think about this. So it's just a 3-second call. So you'd be done, over. Now at 7:48, right after this would have happened, because it goes from 7:44, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to 7:46. And remember, I told you it was later. So it's going to be pushing it more towards almost 7:47. So 7:48, Dave McClellan now calls from his personal cell phone, calls the Boundary County Sheriff's Office line where he works. He is a detective there. He talks to, and on this line for 99 seconds. Now remember, we were talking about a detective and shots fired had went out at 7:34 p.m. 7:34 p.m. Bonners Ferry is a really small area. He's on the phone, 99 seconds on that line. Then new emerging information. I always knew this. Okay. At 7:49 and at 7:50. I knew this. I knew that Brian Drake's phone, his cell phone, received 2 incoming calls back to back. 7:49 and 7:50. But the way that the extraction has it, on Brian Drake's extraction, it says that it's a missed call, okay? And that it was 0 seconds, flat line, it was just 0. Both of these. But on the cell towers, the new emerging cell towers, Brian Drake receives an incoming call from somebody that's on the same cell tower as him at 7:49 and 7:50, 5 seconds and 4 seconds. Okay. Remember how I told you that the 732 was not on the cell tower? Now all of a sudden, at 7:49 and 7:50, motherfucking shit, Brian's cell phone is on the cell tower. Boom. Boom. And this would have been right after Jennifer Drake is being asked, what's Brian's cell phone number? Okay. Supposedly. And then Dave McClellan calls then Boundary County, who Jen was just on the phone with, right? And then now at 7:49 and 7:50, Brian Drake receives back-to-back phone. And guess what? Those cops are still not at Brian, not calling it in that they're physically with Brian Drake. This 7:49 call and 7:50 call, this phone call, both of them, Brian's cell phone and the person that's calling him is hitting the boundary or the Bonners Ferry cell tower. And the person that's calling him does not live in Bonners Ferry, bitches. Does not live in Bonners Ferry. The fuck you doing over there? I will not be revealing this. I know who this is. Now, at 8:16. So here we go. At 7:54, they call in and act like they found him then. Okay. But now I took body cam and I was able to pause it at the most perfect spot to be able to get this picture of Alan Schleff's body cam when he turns, and you're able to see down the drive-through where Brian Drake's office was, and I'm able to get 3 dudes and an SUV that I know belongs to Mike Valenzuela. Who, by the way, congratulations, Mike. You're just, what are you, sheriff deputy now? You just got promoted, right? Congratulations. Can't wait for your cell records. He was on the phone earlier with McClellan and at 7:05, but we're going to stick right here. So at 7:54 is when they act like they just, oh God, we just found Brian because I happen to see through the window, blah, blah, blah. Then they barricade in. But here, 8:16 and 8:17 become really, really important because Brian Drake's son, his phone, he receives a text message back to back from his son. Now, this is important because when you do a extraction, so Brian Drake's phone was allegedly on the ground next to his head and nobody had ever touched it, right? Except for the fact that when the extraction of Brian Drake's cell phone was done, the 8:16 and 8:17 text messages were read. Now, last time I checked, a dead man can't read text messages. And so they came back as read instead of unread, like they should have been like all the other ones. They came back as read. And obviously, that would mean then he had another text at 9:52 p.m. This is an unread text. And everything else was unread. So we got some problems. Now, why does this help out Dan Moore? Well, I'll tell you why. First of all, the first thing I was able to eliminate is Brian Drake's cell phone power. All right. His battery had 55% at 7 p.m. the following night. So he had plenty of battery. So I was able to eliminate the fact that Brian Drake's cell phone died after the 7:26 or from 7:17 to 7:26 phone call. Okay. I was able to eliminate the fact that Brian Drake's cell phone didn't, quote unquote, die. All right. And that's why, so then you have to ask yourself now, how did the 7:32 call that Jennifer Drake makes to him, how did that not hit on the cell tower? And so now it's one of two things. And you're looking at number one being that the phone was turned off. Okay. If the phone's turned off, you guys have learned in the Brian Kohlberger case that, hey, when people go to commit crimes, they turn off their cell phones. Right? Or number two is it's out of that area. And that would be 86 and 4. This is that tower. Now, people that are talking about Wi-Fi calling, I'm just going to let you guys know this. In the extraction of his phone, at 7:32 and 50 seconds, it says it's a missed call. And on his end, it goes like this. And then on the tower, so this is his, and on the tower, there's nothing. It's like it's not even there. Okay. And then you go to Jennifer Drake's phone. So this is Brian's. And then you go to Jennifer Drake's, and she has 732. It's an outgoing, and it's for 3 seconds. And she's claiming, she said, ready, that it went straight to voicemail. Okay. If Brian's phone, I don't believe that Brian's phone would have been able to get out of the cell tower coverage in that amount of time. I don't believe that from 726 hanging up that phone and then somebody being able to get out of that area, I don't put that as what would have happened. What makes a little bit more sense to me is that at 7:28, remember I told you I was going to come back to this whole Google thing? At 7:28, from 7:28 to 7:48, there's no movement with his latitude and longitude with Google. Okay. And so what's interesting to me about this is that this is right before he gets that 7:49 call and that 7:50 call. But let me put it to you this way. My theory with this, and it's very easy to be proven, true or false, is if after they did a logical or advanced logical extraction, if they did a full system extraction, if they did knowledge C, right, you're going to be able to tell, unless it was deleted, you're going to be able to tell when that phone was powered off, powered on. You're going to be able to tell some stuff like that. But what makes sense to me is that Brian Drake was outside, right? Because his back had all that dirt on it, right? And if I was either if I shut it off and then I just like threw it towards like the wooded area, because at first I was just going to, like, plans maybe would have changed up a little bit here. But what it seems like to me is that the reason you would need Brian Drake's cell phone number is because you need to find his cell phone that you can't locate. And that's why you're calling it, and you call it at 7:49, you call it at 7:50. Okay? But something's interesting with that, though, is then when did it get turned on? Because if you're going to be calling a phone at 7:49, 7:50, because you think that it's on, right? But the 7:32 phone call doesn't hit the tower because it's off. Then that wouldn't make sense. But somebody shut it off at 7:30, 7:28, and the whole purpose was, unless they didn't realize that person had done that. So then the other issue is that, okay, is the phone that they could have potentially laid next to Brian Drake's body up by his head because they couldn't find it, right? They just put down any old phone, all right? And so then they could get with the person that actually left with it and took it, all right? Not realizing that, hey, plans had to change because Isaac Thunderberg called 911. So we had to switch up our fucking plan because we weren't planning on that little shit calling 911, fucking all of our shit up. But the best part about all this shit is that this has nothing to do with Dan Moore. And I have not even revealed to you guys, and I will not until trial, reveal to anybody who the fuck called Brian Drake at 7:49 and 7:50. It wasn't Dan Moore. This is a huge problem. And you would think if you're an investigator that all of this stuff you had. So the person that did this calling, you would think that they would have been interviewed, right? They've been interviewed? That'd have been probably a pretty big, important person to interview here, right? But let me just ask you a very simple question. Because this is what would have made sense to me. If I'm out because I get a phone call and you dispatch me to 6811 Main Street, but you forgot to tell me that, she said her husband was shot through the window or something like that. I'm still going to go to 6811. I'm still going to try to get into the, knock on the building or whatever and try to make my way into the building. All of those assholes know where 6811 is. Okay. So what are they doing? Why wouldn't they go right to 6811 and attempt to go through the back glass doors, attempt to, go in, knock on the door, and then let's say, well, here, what's the guy's number? And then why wouldn't the police call from one of their cell phones that were at the scene to try to say, well, what's this guy's number? I'll just call him and let's see if his phone's ringing. Let's see if we can hear his phone. Right? But instead, what's happening instead is Dave McClellan and Caleb Watts are on the phone for 13 minutes, okay? At the same time that Jennifer Drake is allegedly supposedly called 911, right? But not from Hayden. And they stay on the phone for 13 minutes, and then, which was from 7:29 to 7:42. Then at 7:44, Dave McClellan makes a phone call. And then at 7:48, Dave McClellan calls Boundary County Sheriff's, his work. And then right after that, 7:49 and 7:50, Brian Drake's phone's getting called by somebody that it should not be getting a call from. And the 7:32 call, not on the cell towers. 7:49, 7:50 on the cell towers. And so none of those officers thought to say, what's this guy's number? Let me call his cell phone. Not one police officer called Brian Drake's cell phone number after they asked supposedly for his cell phone number. That makes absolutely no fucking sense. I call bullshit. And I don't got to prove nothing. They have to fucking answer to this. I proved enough to show that what the hell's going on here. Here are these cell towers. This is what's your bread and butter in 2020, 2024. What are you doing? What's up? What's going on? Those cops were doing nothing but circling like sharks that whole building, that entire afternoon. And then they start making the most ridiculous phone calls to each other. And what is McClelland and Caleb Watts talking to each other for 13 minutes for? From 7:29 until 7:42, after you would have heard shots fired at 7:34. Why would you still be on the phone with that motherfucker? Well, because we weren't working. Well, then why the fuck did you show up? You're on the cell tower. You're right there. Like literally right there. In fact, I have all of your guys's, I mean, I can't wait to come to find out, were you in your personal vehicle or were you in a SUV? But Brian Drake's phone not hitting on a tower at 7:32 and 50 seconds is very, very problematic. Not for Dan Moore. This is sickening, isn't it? Isn't it sickening? This is absolutely sickening. Now maybe I'll cut ISP a little bit of slack here, because maybe they never thought in a million thousand years that they needed to go through the cell towers and truly look at what the fuck their their local law enforcement was doing. Okay, but I can't cut you any slack on the fact that you wouldn't know who was calling Brian Drake. Now, something that I think is absolutely crazy, and I think every ME in America will tell you this, that there is no way in hell that Brian Drake would have been incapacitated in 15 seconds, like Jennifer Drake says. She said that, yeah, we had our conversation. She's like, yeah, probably like the last 15 seconds, all I hear is Brian, ow, what? Oh, something just hit me. Something hit you. What? Yeah, someone just shot me through the window. Wait a second. Okay. Wait, what? That's all you got before someone just shot me through the window, and then you say, what? And you get nothing else other than that because he's incapacitated? There's no fucking way. There is no way Brian Drake would have died or been unconscious within 15 seconds. There's just absolutely no way. Now he drowned in his own blood. There's no doubt about it. He drowned in his own blood. But I want to hear an ME say that to me when I'm sitting there not to me, they're going to be saying that too, but I want to hear an ME get on the stand and say that Brian Drake would have been incapacitated within 15 seconds. So, mind-blowing, all the misinformation. You guys, it's really, really, this is just, what this is all these people gave you statements, law enforcement agencies, right? These detectives were, hey, everybody's giving their statement, right? Well, guess what? You guys had cameras. So then you get to go look at the cameras and see if those match up to whatever these fucking assholes are saying to you. But then you have the cell towers, and then you have people's cell phones. Wouldn't you think to download Isaac Funderburg's cell phone, his girlfriend's? But then you come to Brian Drake's, and it's like, who the hell? And then I find it really strange that Jen Drake would get off the phone with her husband, okay? And because he just wasn't answering back, right? So this is what I find really hard to believe, is that for me, I'm not calling the police. I'm calling that person back probably multiple times. Like, if I got off the phone with them at 7:26, I'm calling them back at 7:27. I'm calling them back at 7:28, 7:29. I'm not calling the police immediately until after. And then I'm going to try to call their cell phone, like their work number. Okay. No, none of that happened. It was 7:26, phone call ended, and then I supposedly call Hayden 911, but it's not on my cell records. Calling 911 from my cell phone is not anywhere on my records. In every extraction and every part of the discovery. So then if you're a detective, how do you say to yourself, wait, where's this broad's 911 call? How is it not on her phone? We know how the world works. Come on, detectives. You're telling me that a homegirl couldn't have lied to you? The spouse is supposed to be the number one suspect anytime that a spouse gets killed. How do you not go and get the 911 call immediately? How do you wait until, I don't know, September, October, November, 6, 7, 8 months later, go get a 911 call to go listen to it? Like, what? And then the nuts on the fucking ice cream cone here should have been, Jennifer Drake tells you, okay, that they call her back at 7:44 and they are asking her for her husband's cell phone number. And she's telling you, she's like, it was so weird. Why are they asking me that? That's what she's telling detectives. And detectives don't say, what? What do you, like, they don't inquire about that? Like, what do you mean they want to know his cell phone number? And she's just like, yeah, they told me that medics were with him. And she's like, I just kept, is he alive? Is he alive? And they wouldn't tell me. They couldn't tell me. They just kept saying medics are with him. And the sheriff wants to know, and the sheriff wants, what's Brian's cell phone number? And it's like, what? That's insanity. And then a random number calls Brian Drake 749, 750. Like, nobody, like, you don't think those two go hand in hand? And this is a civil case, so it's just the preponderance of the evidence. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the preponderance of the evidence. So what I'm showing everybody, that you guys are the jurors here, would you think that this needed to be investigated further? Could you say that Dan Moore is guilty of and responsible for the wrongful death of Brian Drake when there's just there's no investigation here? Why would anybody pick up Brian Drake's phone and mess with it after he's dead? Why, according to Google, is Brian Drake's phone moving after he's dead? According to Google, according to latitude and longitude, it's moving all over. So we have a wife saying that her husband was shot through a window. That's our time of, that's how we're saying what time this happened, this time of death. Dan Moore needs to be left alone by these tyrants. You guys, this is crazy. This is the first thing that the cops would have looked at is the cell tower records. Here's the amazing screenshot. In the this is the drive-through at this is, oh, actually, fuck all that. When I said it was 50, so it says what is it? They didn't account for daylight savings. So it's really 7:51 and 57 seconds. Do you see where these motherfuckers are? One dude here, one dude here, one dude in the driver's seat. And they're right by the window. And they still haven't called it in about Brian Drake just laying right there on the ground. They don't call it in until 54. And so I said to myself, okay, the driver of this came over because I have that on camera, but where did this guy come from? He's been over there for a little bit. Travis Stoll, you're going to have a lot to answer to. Mike Valenzuela, you're going to have a lot to answer to. Brandon Johnson, so much to answer to. You know that Brandon Johnson, they messed with CAD notes before in a big, I mean, he hid stuff in a rape case, and then a big kegger that the high school kids had. They fucked with those times. I mean, these people are just sick out there. Sick. But you can't make this shit up. This is straight off a body cam. This is the window, and they're all huddled here. Okay. And I showed you the CAD notes. They don't call in to get everybody, all units, because, oh my God, body's down. Look at these assholes just standing here talking to each other inside, like one's in the vehicle, one's on this side, one's on that side. And they all had their own damn trucks or SUVs, except for one person who had Dustin Schmidt, who was like a trainee or some shit like that. See what else I have here. That's it further back. Just human garbage. And the best part is that all these assholes, they all fucking know, and they're all watching it, and they know, they're like, damn, this bitch knows it all. When are we going to get in trouble? When are we going to get in trouble? Well, don't worry, guys. You guys aren't going to get in any trouble. Well, how are you guys going to get in any trouble? They don't do anything to you guys. That's what that area looks like. I got Caleb Watts right here. I got his ass. Stupid fuck. Getting in his little car over there. Makes no report. Goes up. Got him going up. Being in here talking to Aaliyah Sandlin. Making her sign some shit. No report on that. And I gotcha. I gotcha, Caleb. And this is all time stamped and everything. This is at like 9:02 a.m. But this is where they were, right next to the window. That was how you can get into the back glass there. You know, all these pics prove all this shit. I'll show you this play-by-play. So, no car there yet, or truck. Truck arrives. Opening the door to get out. See that? I thought that was enough to show for the amazingness, and they're all time stamped. But this is where Brian Drake was. It has like the soil and vegetation on his shirt. And this is the glass building. Okay, this is that little wood shop building. And this is where they said, you know, who the hell would ever kill somebody, motherfuckers, and come and walk up on the main street when you can be all back over in here? Like, just stupidity. Nobody's gonna walk up on the main street. It just absolute fucking asinine shit. The Google Latin long of Brian Drake's is moving all over. It's over here. It goes over here. It's up over here. During the day, he's up in the apartment of Isaac Funderburg. Isaac Funderburg's parents are alleged to be the biggest drug dealers over there. Brian Drake has an issue with, I don't know, he's a sex addict, alcoholic, and steroid popping motherfucker. So it makes sense that he's hanging out, you know, with people like that. Supposedly, Isaac Funderburg and Leah Sandelin are heroin users from sources in Bonners Ferry. So you're going to just look the other way. The best part about it is that all of this stuff matches up perfectly with Brian Drake's schedule that day, who he was seeing in terms of his patient schedule. Now Isaac Funderburg was working that day, so you'd have to take a look at who would have been home. But it definitely here is where he walked to that day, the day he was murdered. Based off of, again, this is the latitude and longitude of Google. So you have to ask yourselves how accurate you think it's going to be, but it's definitely moving. It's moving after he's dead. And you got cops running around that area with their dicks up their asses. And they have an address. They have an address. Here you go. This is the address to go to. And you knew at 7:34 where to go to. And you don't get to a man until 7:54 p.m. 7:34. You are literally, you can see it on the cameras. They're here. They are like literally here within a minute. They could have saved his life. Brian Drake should be alive. And so I don't understand why Jennifer Drake isn't suing these people. This is who she needs to sue. It's right. It's in the discovery. In the CAD note, they gave the address. There was 6 dudes. You know, so people out there that say like, oh, I think Jennifer Drake killed her husband. I don't think Jennifer Drake killed her husband. I think Jennifer Drake's a liar. I think Jennifer Drake's a fucking liar. Do I think that Jennifer Drake could be involved in her husband's demise? Oh, fuck yeah. Because we got to sort out these lies. Because guess what? Ron Logan's a liar, right? Ron Logan lied about whatever the fuck he was doing. Right? So the question is why the lies? Why are you breaking into your husband's cell phone 48 hours before he's murdered? And y'all say that he doesn't have passwords on his phone and you can go into his phone whenever you want. And that's all lies. Your husband's never cheated on you. That's all lies. You guys are swingers. That shit didn't stop in Texas. And the truth is protection against defamation. It's my opinion that y'all are swingers. But that shit can't come out because that would ruin your what? Oh my God, her parents are all like, I think her dad's like her brother's damn pastor, and it would just fuck with the whole Christian theme. I mean, these are people that didn't go and do fingerprints. They didn't go fingerprint the doors of this building until March 17th. The murder was March 12th. What are you doing? How, like that's not the local police. That's what Idaho State Police did. Idaho State Police sent 2 fucking people to go what was it? On March 17th, sent Leslie Lehman or Brittany fucking Clark or some bullshit, 2 fucking morons, Idaho State Police people, to go and do prints. They did prints on the doors, on the on the glass door back here, okay, and then on the blue door up there. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? They go back to print that shit 5 days later. You guys, it's in reports. Like, I'm not making this up. The order of my fucking madness is amazing. I offered to help Jennifer Drake. Jennifer Drake, my offer still stands. You want me to show you how I can prove that that the cops fucked you over? I mean, think about this. What if Jennifer Drake was arrested for the murder of Brian Drake? Okay. I'd be screaming from the rooftops, hey, we need to really look into this because the cops did a horrible job. Something's off. Okay. She calls the police and the police don't go to help her husband. What's up with that? I'd be the one that would be having live saying something's up with this. Let's take a look at this. Because she says she's on the phone with him. The cell towers show that she's on the phone with him. But then the issue is okay, she tries to go call 911. That's not there though, right? But the phone call to the second one's there when it was supposedly transferred over, which I just think was the first one, which means that it originated in Sandpoint. Okay. But could the state build a huge case against Jennifer Drake for hiring a hitman to kill her husband? Way more so than fucking Dan Moore did it. Like, way more. Jennifer Drake lied about having 3 guns that matched the fucking, the ballistics of the murder weapon that killed her husband. Jennifer Drake lied to the police when she was shown 3 pictures of 3 different guns, of which she had in her possession at the time of her husband's murder. Like, are you kidding me? So when the police say, in an interview with Jennifer Drake, and they say, well, cooperation is a really good thing. When you're cooperating, like, it's just like, it's like, okay, so Dan Moore was cooperating. He gave you everything. Like, shit, if you would have said you wanted to polygraph the motherfucker, he would have said yes, but you guys knew that you couldn't polygraph him because he'd pass that shit because he didn't do it, right? Let's see. What's this bullshit by Leslie Lehman? Oh, this is Leslie's fuckerage. Oh, yeah, here. Leslie Lehman knows that this is such an important phone call, and yet she doesn't record this phone call with Isaac Funderburg. Just wild shit like that, Leslie. Leslie, Isaac says this stuff to you, and none of this makes any sense, right? You knew it. You knew it the day that you took this and you wrote it down. You knew right here that there was huge problems. This is like the day after the murder. You had to make another phone call to him. So what are you doing? Like, do you not, or are you that bad, girl? Because I get it. This was your first ever, like, woo, you just became a detective. Woohoo. Like, but you blew this and it's going to come out. Like, here it is. On March 13th at approximately 16:26 hours, I made contact with eyewitness Isaac Spain Ireland, aka Funderburg, and you called him his cell phone because Detective Rich Alderson was in the investigations building for the Boundary County Sheriff's Department serving a detainment warrant on Stephen Hartman, which don't even get me started with that shit. This is their first suspect, Stephen Hartman. But how was he the first suspect? They lied in a freaking probable cause affidavit. That's what Caleb Watts was going to get Bimbo to go sign that morning. I was asked to call Spain Ireland and confirm the description of the male he had made contact with on the Les Schwab side of 95 several minutes after the gunshot was heard. And now it's funny that you're saying gunshot. It's shots. Okay. He reported 2. During my phone call, which I did not decide to record because it's like a murder investigation. Why would I ever do something like that? I learned the following regarding the description of the walking male. He was 6 foot to 6'2", blue hoodie with a white or silver vest, sweatpants or light colored jeans. Stephen Hartman was dressed in all black. Spain Ireland asked the male if he had heard the gunshots earlier. The male was not wearing earbuds. Male might have had scruffy facial hair. That's correct. Spain Ireland had just returned from the store, Leslie, and was standing next to his vehicle near his apartment. Well, that's funny because the cameras, Leslie, but he at least knows that he talked to this guy after he went to the store, right, Leslie? But at 7:31 p.m., you see Isaac's car coming from where, Leslie? Unless somebody was borrowing Isaac's car, right, Leslie? How about, did you ever talk to Colt Attaway? Did you talk to him? Because you might want to. Because he's all over that South Sour baby girl. You know who Colt Attaway is. He hides behind his religion too. Spain Ireland estimated the conversation with the male took place 10 to 15 minutes after the gunshot was heard. Leslie, do you know what that would mean, doll? You want me to help you with some math, baby girl? Let me help you out here. So on the cameras that you had, you knew that Isaac was in contact and they were talking to each other between 7:30 and 7:31. And I'm just being kind by putting 7:31. Okay. Now, Isaac says that he talks to this guy that was walking down the street, right? 10 to 15 minutes after he heard the gunshots. Okay. So even if we just go with homegirl, what's her tits, Jen, when she wants to say, don't you think, sugar tits, Leslie, that Isaac Funderburg would have said, oh my God, yeah, when I drove right over there, meaning across the street to go chase down the guy that I saw, when I came right back, like, that's the guy I saw, right? Seeing a guy at 7:30 or 7:31, that would be 4 minutes after the gunshot. Isaac said, oh, I probably saw, like, I had already gone to the store and came back, Leslie. Because we all know that this happened way up in this like 6:50 time period, right, Leslie? But at the very least, let's just go off of what he's saying. That puts the gunshots at 7:15, honey. Okay, which is even before Brian and Jennifer talk at the 7:17 call, right, Shug? Right? Which goes back to my original thing, which is Brian Drake and Jennifer Drake weren't the ones talking on the phone. At least not on Brian then. He was already shot. No doubt about it in my mind. You know why? Who else says so? When you interview Aaliyah Sandlin, she says that Stephen Hartman comes by 30 minutes after the gunshots, making it what I'm talking about, which is 7 o'clock. 6:55. Suck my titties. Nobody was shot at 7:26, homies. Not a single one. Nobody. These are what your peoples are saying. And then there's camera footage that backs shit up, but you knew this when you interviewed him that day on the 13th, but then you had to call his ass. Why'd you have to call him though? Because Stephen Hartman was being interviewed and he blew up your spot. And you're like, fuck, we can't pin it on this motherfucker. But let's call him up and let's see what's up. Because who lied to you, Leslie? The local law enforcement. Caleb Watts lied to you. That's who lied to you. Because Caleb Watts wrote up a probable cause that lied about what Aaliyah Sandlin said. Aaliyah Sandlin never said that Stephen Hartman was the guy that she saw running. You stupid fucks. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. Because it's like, who do we blame here? Idaho State Police or the Sheriff's Department? Because the Sheriff's Department is the one that gave them, for the first 24 hours, they did everything. And so then would you just go in there trying to fuck it all up for 24 hours before the Idaho State Police could get their hands on it? Like, this is ridiculous. But you, regardless, would hear this, Leslie, and then you just interviewed personally Aaliyah Sandlin, who told you that she saw that asshole Stephen Hartman 30 minutes after the gunshots. So then wouldn't you say, wait a second, we have a huge problem here because the widow is saying that Brian Drake was shot at 7:26, but the people that actually called 911 that were actually there, both of their stories and the cameras show something else. This is wild. Nothing to see here, though. Let's just go frame Dan Moore, which I'm not sure why. I mean, I am, but like, who did he piss off? I just want to know who he pissed off. Did he piss in your Cheerios like every morning? Were you just that jealous of him that he's successful and they're going on vacations and he's buying a bunch of property? I mean, were you guys just jealous of them? I have a question though. When the FBI went ahead and interviewed Stephen Hartman, he wasn't honest either about some stuff. And Stephen Hartman did a GSR test, and he had 2 particles out of the 3. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that he, it's 2 particles. Anyways, right here, I couldn't find this texting, and so I'm going to do another swipe through his phone here. But I have Stephen Hartman not taking any phones with him that night to go on his walk because there were no text messages during the time frame that he was gone. But here's right where Leslie realizes that her spot gets blown. Hartman stated he could not remember anyone else in the area other than the guy he talked to. The guy he talked about earlier. Hartman then described the station wagon the guy was driving as a possible silver Subaru type vehicle. Hartman described the guy he talked to, this is Isaac Funderburg, in more detail. Hartman said he is in his 20s, thin with light brown hair and a little bit of a facial hair. Hartman stated he was using his personal phone when he was walking the night before. And I'm telling you, he wasn't. Hartman stated after he returned to the hotel, he showered and texted with his girlfriend for a while. I didn't find that either. Hartman stated every night, okay, he described his path that he walked. He did all this crap, right? He said, because he didn't hear the gunshots, but he's like, I don't know, maybe I heard them. Here it is. Hartman stated that on his way back, because he was doing like a Betsy Blair type loop, on his way back around the top of the hill, a guy pulled up to an apartment. The guy was in a gray station wagon. The guy asked Hartman if he had heard some gunshots. Hartman told him he hadn't because he had his headphones on. Thank you. Thank you. Hartman stated the guy had 2 German Shepherds with him. Hartman described where the station wagon was parked. After Hartman talked to the guy, Hartman saw multiple police cars and an ambulance coming up the hill. Which is accurate. And this is when he runs into, it's all on camera at 7:31. 7:31. Crazy. Dr. Moore couldn't prescribe drugs. That's not what chiropractors can't do that. Is that what you're saying? I wonder if anyone ever saw Dr. Moore as a patient and tried to get him to involve himself with prescribing. Yeah, like he can't. Yeah, they don't have that capability. Hartman stated he was on the left side of the road walking back to the hotel when he met the guy. This is what blew up their spot. This is why Caleb Watts tried to say that this was the guy that they saw, running. And this is when it's like, wait a second. What the heck? This isn't that guy. Who is this? And Caleb Watts is sitting there in this interview. Aren't you, Caleb? You little redhead motherfucker. You're a liar. You a liar. So Hartman stated he texted someone he had heard some shots and saw an ambulance. And then this is when it's just like, I thought he just said that he didn't hear anything because he had his headphones on. It's like, remember, this is a written up report, but if you actually play the interview, yeah. The investigating agent asked if he had heard shots, and Hartman said he had headphones on and thought maybe he had heard something but wasn't sure what it was. And that would have been walking this way. And so basically this guy cannot be ruled out because of the new time of the crime. So that's why I think this is super interesting. All of this is super interesting. But Hartman, this is what's crazy. Hartman described the guy in his 20s in a smaller statue. The guy was carrying things into an apartment. He was carrying things in an apartment, which would be consistent with him coming back from the store, right? Ding, 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 ding. Awesome. And so this is what ends up happening. I don't know if I told you guys this, but I've talked to Isaac Funderburg. I'll fucking throw it out there. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have talked to Isaac Funderburg, and I could tell you so much more, but I don't need to do that. But Isaac Funderburg, we've cleared this all up, and it's just super fucking amazing. Okay. because when you actually like listen to what somebody has to say, it's truly, truly amazing. And Isaac Funderburg said that he would be subpoenaed, said that the person who they arrested is, they want to just blame it on that person. They just, that's not who he saw. And he has no problem testifying. You want to know why? Because it needs to come to an end. This needs to stop. And he said that the police didn't understand, didn't trust him or something like that. I was like, how many times did you talk to the police? He's like, oh, probably like 10. 10 times. Well, that's funny. Where are all the recordings of all this shit, ISP? 10 times. Let me tell you a little story. There's cameras. And so this is Main Street 95. Here's Drake's building. Here's the coffee shop. So here's the drive-through, and then Isaac's across from it. Okay. So what we have on camera here is Isaac's vehicle going here. Isaac's vehicle coming back here. Okay. And then Isaac's vehicle, so then he's here for a little bit. Then his vehicle is over right where the glass shop is and comes from around there to come back through here. And that's the 731 loop. But him going down to the store and coming back, that was all after he does all of that and then comes back and then calls the police. Let me make sure you guys understand that one more time. Isaac Funderburg did not call 911 right away. He told this to the police. He went on foot first with his dogs to look and go after the person that he saw. He did that first. Then he got in his car and went and then looked. So he was on foot first. So take that and shove it straight up your fucking asses when you want to say people are running around back there, or you see somebody on foot. Isaac Funderburg was on foot looking for that asshole. Whoever he, saw, which is a identical description of Caleb Coco and Azara. Okay? Then he comes back, gets in his vehicle. Then he makes a loop around. Then he goes to the store, comes back from the store. Okay, but the way that he does it is when he comes back from the store, he then goes across, is by the glass shop, then comes around this way. Then he sees Hartman, parks his car, goes up the stairs after seeing Hartman. So why did they go and get Super One cameras? Because it would have shown Isaac Funderburg going to the store, way earlier. And then if you actually talk to Isaac Funderburg, and that's why it's going to be amazing when this 737 call comes into play, that Isaac and his girlfriend are calling each other at 737, which is just 5 minutes after he talks with Stephen Hartman, and it's after he brings the dogs in. Then he had already went to the store, okay, because he's carrying the stuff in. He already went to the store. And then so it's like, where'd you go after that? And I wouldn't be surprised if it was to drop somebody off. But I won't say anymore. I won't say anything else. But all I know is that the reason they didn't want anything to do with Isaac Funderburg is because it and this is why it's like Stephen Hartman came 30 minutes after the gunshots. because Isaac went and did all that shit. He saw that car being crazy at 6:30, and we have it on camera. And that's the car that catches air when it goes across. Okay. And it looks like he uses the words, it's like a two-door, an older model, like he says like Malibu, or that he says like a Chevy. Nobody ever cared to look for that car though, did they? The car that catches air at 6:56, like literally. And then you have a bunch of fuckerage going on back there. But that's when Isaac's going over like at 7 to go over there the first time. And then he goes back over there again. Because remember, what would you do if you saw ambulances and you saw cop cars? Aren't you nosy? Aren't you nosy? So after you would have saw all of that, okay, then, and that was what Stephen Hartman said at 7:30, 2, after I would have been talking to that dude, when I'm continuing to walk back to my hotel room, after I talk to him, that's right when I see all the cops in the ambulance at 7, just after 7:32. And that's what I believe. Also, Isaac doesn't trust those people. I wouldn't trust those cops either. I don't want to talk to those cops. You can talk to them. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, they're going to try to blame me for this shit. They're going to, like, this is what they do. Think about it. Think about the Richard Allen thing. Like, you're putting yourself at a crime scene. These people left. These people got the fuck up out of there for a reason. But what does all of this blow up? It blows up Brian getting shot at 7:26, like Jennifer tries to say. Like, that's the big, like, what the fuck moment. Every single buddy and all the cameras and everything that was going on that day, it does not support Brian Drake being shot at 7:26, by somebody that just walked by and through the drive-through and just happened to shoot through the blinds that were closed and happened to just pierce Brian Drake perfectly so that he would then bleed out and be rendered unconscious within 15 seconds. I mean, talk about some shitty ass motherfucking luck, right? Brian Drake, fuck, you got your ass beat a month earlier than that. Somebody just literally took a baseball bat and bashed your leg in. You had to have, surgery. Then 6 months before that, you had to have back surgery. But you guys love that because you were living off of that money. I mean, you just can't make this shit up. You can't seriously sit here and say to yourself that you don't think a month before he's murdered, he's roughed up like a damn, like gangster style. Like, you owe us. Like, this is your warning. Pay us our money, or like it's a warning shot. Him getting his leg busted up. That's a warning. But Jennifer Drake and Brian Drake, Brian says, hey, I slipped and fell. Well, guess what? You guys know that Brian Drake and Jennifer Drake then sued, and they tried to get a loss. They tried to get money and sue the insurance of the building where Brian Drake rented from in Sandpoint. They tried to get $5,000 off of that slip and fall. It's one of his patients that owns that building. He didn't even have a real lease. He was paying a couple $100 to rent out of this spot in Sandpoint. And then he wants to sue these people he just moved in Sandpoint, in this little office. And guess what? The guy had cameras, and the cameras didn't catch the slip and fall. It's because there was no slip and fall. Nothing happened on that property. And then after he was murdered, because it got declined, they denied it, then Wimmy felt so bad that he told his insurance company, just push it through. Just push it through. Just give him it. Just give him the $5,000. Swear, it's crazy. So you want to sit here and then we can just talk about, okay, what bad luck Brian Drake would possibly have. Brian Drake messes up his back, has surgery in August. He can't go to work until like the end of November or October. So he's got to be home with Jennifer Drake like straight from, I don't know. That's 8 weeks. Shoot me. Then he goes back to like taking some patients, in November. And he has he has November and December that he's taking patients, but September 27th, 28th, Jennifer Drake starts getting $454 per person that's in this church shit that and I'm Catholic, so they have like where everybody pays for each other. So it was like $454 times like, I don't know, 50 people. So you do the math on that, but she was just raking in this PayPal money. And it was supposed to pay for Brian's back surgery. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what it went towards, is Brian's back surgery. You're not supposed to, and you can get like lose like this, I forget what it's called. It's like, I don't know. It's whatever it's called. You have to be with them for a whole year though, before you can apply you have to put in your papers. It's called a shared assignment. Okay. And so they had a shared assignment and Brian Drake got this money. Who even knows if Brian Drake knew about it? Then, so you have November, November, December, and then January. In December, they're going on weekend trips with couples. I'm curious if they hooked up with Tatiana and had a little fun time. Then February 4th is his ass beating. And then March 12th is the murder. In July, they went on vacay. They were all drinking every day. Jennifer's lying about it. He borrows $10,000 from his friend. Or I shouldn't say borrow, he just gave it to him. It wasn't borrowing, he just gave it to him. He only told Jennifer that he got $6,000. Then he lies to Jennifer about that he has to work, and he goes and does something completely different instead of going and being with his kids and his wife for like the weekend. Oh yeah, they Airbnb their house all the time. That was a big thing. And so they always had to leave and go camping. Well, their house they have cameras at their house. The police didn't ask for those. But they have to go camping, sleep in their car, and they were renting out their house. She lies to the police. She does not tell them about the Airbnb that they have, and that's how she makes money. It's being deposited into a different account that Brian does not have a card to. What else do you guys want to know about this freak show? Browns are about to beat the Squealers. I'm just saying, like, this is their 6 months leading up to the murder. Okay. And they have no money. They have no money. They have no money in savings. They had no money in their checking. Well, until they start getting this. And she gets like $30K right before the hit. So I'm just curious to know that a bunch of Christians pay for the hit on Brian Drake. That a bunch of you guys that gave money for the back surgery end up truly paying for Brian Drake's hit. Okay, because that's what it looks like. And then Jen Drake received $1 million in life insurance within 3 weeks. And then she got a GoFundMe for 50 plus thousand. Jen Drake took the 357 that was used to kill Brian. She lied, and it was she had 3 guns that the police showed her, and they were from her mother-in-law. So did she use one of those guns to kill her fucking husband or have him killed with? I have no fucking idea. Why are you lying about this shit? Okay. Jen said that she found child porn on Klaus' laptop. This guy in 2018. Well, come to find out, none of this, like, that's not true. And instead, Jen is friends with him on Facebook. And that's his only friend. And so she tells the police in her interview that this guy is basically like a freaking child porn person and a pedophile. And he's like 70, and that she does not want this guy around her kids. And, Brian, tell him, blah, blah, blah. And yet here, come to find out that I question and say bullshit on all of that. But more importantly, Jen is friends on Facebook with Klaus still to this day. Jesus. Then during an interview with the police, Jen tells the police that Brian drugged her and then he took pictures of her. And then she was asked about infidelity. Oh, and she said that Brian drugged her with an Ambien and that he stole it from his mom. And Jen said that they had a swinging thing, is how she put it, with a patient. It was a patient couple friend, is how she put it. And they just simply, they asked if they were swingers. This is just all lies, you guys. This was in Texas, allegedly. And she said, that Brian was a different person. So in 2012, they come to Idaho. So Brian was just this raging bastard, allegedly, from 2012 when they were in Texas. Brian got caught cheating in Texas. She lied to the police. He went to cheating recovery or something. Cheating recovery or affair recovery. Affair recovery, that's it. Okay. She told the police, asked her flat out, is there any infidelity? Have you ever had it in the past? No, never. No, never. So when they get to Idaho, she just thinks that Brian, she said Brian was just a totally different person. It's like, okay, well. Brian worked for, let's see, 3 chiropractors before going off on his own in 2015. Between 2012 and 2015, he also went to North Dakota to do something on the oil fields with his brother. His brother's business is worth $20 million. So, Jen, you married the wrong Drake. Okay? Chad Drake. He Jen said that God said that divorce, okay, he hates divorce. He hates divorce. So, divorce isn't an option because God hates divorce, basically, in case you guys wanted to know. Let's see what else. What's going on in their life. Okay, so Jennifer decides that it's best that Brian not have Google on his phone. So he's not allowed to have Google on his phone. And then he has to have an app that tracks and takes screenshots. And it's like, it monitors you if you go on any sites that or whatever, or try to it's accountable to you or some shit like that. But so he's not allowed to have Google. There's an app that tracks him. She gets him on Life 360. Okay. She says that he has 2 phones at the time he was killed. Cops, they had 4. She said that he does not know passwords on anything. And no, Jen, we caught you. 48 hours before murder. And she told the police that he doesn't have any passwords. He shouldn't have any passwords. And she attempted 5 different passwords on Tuesday night. He was murdered on Thursday. So 3:10, and then he was murdered on 3:12. What else do you want to know about so now would you say that this broad's do you not think that maybe you should be looking at the wife here? I mean, who's trying to break into their husband's phone 48 hours before he's murdered? It doesn't look too good. Who says that he doesn't have passwords on his phone? Who knows that their husband has cameras to record your sexual encounters? All over the house. She said that he had a sex addiction, a porn addiction, and then she thinks that it's okay. He has this addiction. Okay. But though, to make sure that, hey, it's not I can send you stuff and, on the day that he was murdered on 3/12, 2020, Brian visited X videos during the middle of the day while he was at work, like something like 2:27 p.m. So he was clearly, searching porn, and she was just mortified of that. What else? Oh, Brian had a sock in his pants when he was killed. And then they took the sock out of, they removed the sock from evidence. It was folded perfectly in boxers briefs. Kind of weird, but whatever. Why would you guys have that? Why would guys have that? I don't know. I said because he didn't want it to get wet, And remember, he was on a he had a leg brace. I don't even know what you want to call it. At the time that he was, so he couldn't he was like a cripple. He could not move. Very, very hard to move. Questionable movement. Perfect time to. So go Browns. What are we now? 3-8. Go Cavs. 15-1. Yeah, good. I want to take us right to about 2 hours. It's just crazy, guys. This is just absolutely sickening. Eldora, you're a fucking liar. Eldora said, let me get my notes out. I have it. So let me just tell you what I have here. Please subpoena Eldora. Please subpoena Eldora. Okay. Please subpoena her niece. Who's this? Please subpoena Gary Tolson. Please subpoena Tatiana. Please. Tatiana knows about the 3-way sexting. Tatiana, we're friends on Facebook. Girl, what is up? The 3-way and the 4-way that you guys were having. And the sex at the dock. I mean, it's all going to come out. What are you going to say that these text messages are? Oh, that's just code for, hey, we're going to have some coffee. I mean, come on. What else? Wild shit, man. Oh, here, you guys don't believe me. This case has it all. Here, right here. This is where Mike Van Leeuwen just adds right here. Do you see? Where's this stupid shit at? Map to show that. Wait, where? It's got to be in this. Oh, here we go. CD on 11/1/2020. This is the 911 calls. Exhibit: a compact disc containing 911 audio recordings of J. Drake calling the Kootenai and Bonner County 911 dispatch centers. Where'd you get that from? Like, just absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. Who'd you go meet with to get that, you stupid fucking prick? Look at the first time you're putting this into evidence, like you never took it out. So where was it? You just had a working copy with you the whole time? Right before the preliminary hearing? Or I think the preliminary hearing was in October. So these got put in after the preliminary hearing. Like, it's just absolute wild. Look at these dates. Like, it's just, you can't even fucking, it's just disgusting. Meanwhile, a couple days later, after the 911 calls go into evidence, like, proving that Dan Moore's lawyer didn't even have those 911 calls, never heard them before. Or if they did, I mean, it's wild. But Jennifer Drake then sues Dan Moore in November of 2020, right after the preliminary hearing, for wrongful death. There is not even there. They were taking this, like, there's like a criminal case. Well, she files right after the preliminary hearing for wrongful death. Then this case in 2020, right after the new year. So then right before it, in December of 2020, Dan Moore's lawyer answers the complaint and then countersues her for defamation and all this shit. So here we are. Then you go into 2021, and the criminal case, the confession gets thrown out because it's a false confession. Well, it's not because it's a false confession. It was a violation of Miranda. Dr. Moore asked for a lawyer like 8 or 9 times. They just fucking didn't care. And then said, sure, yeah, I did it. And just said whatever they had said during basically the interrogation. So that gets all thrown out. And they had the option, the state, to continue going forward with charges, and they didn't, which is crazy because you filled out a probable cause for search warrants with a 19-page probable cause affidavit, Van Leuven, saying that, all of this shit that you had, right? So, and you didn't have a confession then. So if it's so solid and he killed him, right? What the fuck? So then here we are. There's never been a criminal case brought forward against Dr. Moore, but Jennifer Drake is suing for, she's going for broke here. She wants to take, coercion was on there. She wants to take Dan Moore and to the cleaners financially, and files for wrongful death. And I'm like, wrongful death? I'm like, with what? What evidence? Like, what are you going to tell a jury about your fucking little theory here? Oh, Dan Moore's truck was just circling around my husband's office. And then he parked his truck, and then he got out of it, and then he went over and he walked over there and he just shot through the window. And then he ran back and then got in his truck and then went down back to his friend's house. And then he went home. Why the fuck would he shoot through a window at your husband? And then he confessed to it. He confessed. Well, I can't wait for y'all to lay down this foundation on the time of the crime being at 7:26 p.m. Now that's going to be fun because they could even get the 911 calls into the preliminary hearing back in 2020 because nobody would testify to them. Why wouldn't Van Leuven just get his fat ass up there and testify to him? He wouldn't. Why aren't you go get him? What you doing? Why aren't you testifying to the 911 calls? Wait, why don't you just get the Kootenai County dispatch woman to get in there and testify to 911 calls? They didn't play any 911 calls during that preliminary hearing. It was the wildest shit, man. Wild shit. Wild shit. Like, wait, who? They didn't have the ME in there? Nope. They didn't have anybody in there. They couldn't play the 911 call because nobody could authenticate it. But they gonna try and what? Play it. Go ahead, play it. I double dog dare you to play that 911 call in this trial. Nobody gives a fuck about a truck that's circling around when Brian Drake has been dead on the ground for at least 20 minutes prior to any of that shit. Nobody's going to give a rat's ass about shit when they see a timeline that just, I don't know. Damn. That's the hearing they started. No, turn it off. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Oh my God. You guys want to hear Nancy? You guys want me to play Nancy again? Nancy's the best. No, but you guys know how juries are. Okay. But here, this is like something different. Here we have like a civil case, right? But it has huge implications. They're going to put Dan Moore on the stand. Jennifer Drake's lawyers are calling Dan Moore to the stand. You know how like risky that could be for a man that literally they want to slap with murder charges? Jennifer Drake has to take the stand too, though. And Jennifer Drake's going to talk about how she, everything that she's been through. Wrongful death and, what it's costed her, like what she, she lost out on her companion. The husband, she just went to Ireland, though. For Brian Drake's 50th birthday, she went to Ireland because she said Brian was going to take her there or some shit like that. Okay. So case was thrown out or just confession? Both. I mean, I can count 100 lies that Jennifer Drake told the police. 100 at least lies that she told the police. How would you like that if you're the jurors? So you told the police that you had no infidelity issues, right? That's what you said to the police, right? Okay. Now, is that just because you guys were swingers? So if you guys did it together, it's not cheating? I mean, what do you like? Okay. So, but how about when Brian just admits here in an email to you that he's like, I'm glad I was caught. I'm not sorry I was caught. I was glad I'm caught. What was he referring to that he got caught doing on his affairrecovery.email that you guys had? What, did he get caught masturbating? Jennifer, why couldn't he have Google? Jennifer, why were you breaking into his phone 48 hours before the murder? You put 5 passwords in, didn't you? You little ninja, you. Okay. I thought he didn't have passwords. Right? So what were you doing like a crazy woman? Eating ain't cheating. Jen, why was your phone off for 1 hour and 34 straight minutes on the night of the murder? How about that? We'll start there. You want to answer that question? Jennifer, why are you Googling real estate at 2:15 the night that you found out that your husband was murdered? At 2:15, you're on Google and you're Googling some real estate shit. I was not. I was looking. What were you looking for, Jen, at 2:15 in the morning? Jennifer, why did you call life insurance 13 times? You called life insurance 13 times. Jennifer, why are you going and getting like facials and like, I don't know, all these pampering things the week of after your husband was murdered? Jennifer, why are you on a first name basis with every police officer? Jennifer, did you drive to go down to Bonners Ferry or did Amber Van Ling drive? Jennifer, how many cell phones do you own? Jennifer, why did you lie to the police about owning a 357? Why did you lie about having 3 guns? Or were those all your mother-in-laws and she just gave you one of them? So when the police showed you 3 guns, like so big in front of your face, and put them in front of you and asked you, have you ever seen these before? And you said, no, I've never seen those before. And those happened to be the same type of gun that killed your husband. You don't remember what your gun looks like that you carry? Jen, why was the first thing that you told law enforcement in your March 16th interview that Scott Crawford accused your husband of stealing patients? And lo and behold, you think the motive that Dan Moore killed your husband is because of your husband stealing Dan Moore's patients? Well, then why did you only claim $30,000 a year that y'all were making if your husband's so successful? What's up with that? You do realize that when you do a wrongful death, that you have to show like hey, these are our I don't know, our books. This is what I'd be missing out on. How does 4 kids and 2 adults live off of only making $30,000 a year? Or were you fucking over the government and lying about your income? Jen, why did you lie to the police and say that the only source of income that you had was Brian? You were Airbnb-ing your place, weren't you? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you tell the police that you had a camera? Did the police ever serve a search warrant at your house? No. Let's talk about Texas. Let's talk about how your husband, I don't know, was fucking a patient. And let's talk about how your husband then was taking pictures of patients and then him saying that these patients had like the nicest asses that they've ever seen and that he was receiving then settlement letters before he would then be sued and that you guys had to pay settlements. I think that why is it that when your friends ask you if you and Brian were the Brian and Jennifer Drake from Texas with like shitty things that have gone on, that you would say like, no, those are different Jennifer and Brian Drakes? Your husband, there are 5 guys that are in a text message or in an email thread that will all testify to the fact that your husband fucked somebody else and he got caught. That's considered cheating. Are you just going to say I was embarrassed? Like, how are you going to explain this to the jury? I didn't think that it was pertinent, so I just lied. I was so embarrassed, or I've just tried to block out that so much. Like, I can't, understand. Brian, you can't say that Brian used to beat you and the kids, right? Because then that gives you like motive, or somebody that loves you motive, right? Dan Moore didn't know you. I mean, it's all lies. And I just keep scratching my head like, why the fuck are you going forward with this? Because I keep saying, Jen, these cops stood outside your husband's window, and did not go to save him. Jen, if you didn't have anything to do with your husband's murder, I'm telling you right now, these internet motherfuckers, this is who you need to talk to. And I will help you, Jen. Because if you didn't have anything to do with your husband's murder, then I think that you may have a couple pieces of the puzzle that could probably slam dunk this. So you could probably own Kootenai County, Bonner County, and Boundary County. They'll probably settle out with you, give you a couple mil, man. They can't let this all come out. How about Amber Van Lang? What about when she gets subpoenaed? Do you think that people are going to lie under oath? I'm just curious. I always wondered why Spencer Van Lang said that his wife went over to Jennifer Drake's at 7:30 because Jennifer Drake called her at 7:30 when Jennifer Drake never called Amber Van Lang at 7:30. They never talked at 7:30. But I was wondering why it was so imperative to be saying like 7:30. And the cops caught Spencer Van Lang in a lie. That was, Amber's husband, trying to like push that time up. And it's just like, what? Jennifer and Amber did not connect on a phone call and talk to each other until 8:07 p.m. Jennifer first attempted to call Amber Van Lang and she did not get through at 7:47 p.m. Then Jennifer Drake texted Amber and said about calling her back ASAP because it's important, bullshit like that. Then Amber calls her back. But I can't wait to see where Amber's phone was when it would have been pinging on those towers. Because maybe Spencer isn't lying. Maybe she did leave at 7:30. But maybe it was to come pick your ass up. Maybe she left at 6:30. Who knows what the fuck y'all were doing? I just know that I wouldn't be lying for nobody. There's no way I'm going to lie for anybody. I don't need to lie for anybody. You guys, I want to know where my billboard money is. 10 G's. And I want them all on dollar bills. When anybody says, Lana, why would you cover this case? Jennifer Drake put up a billboard for 10 grand. Okay. March of 2023. Right before I hear the name Tolson given to me by Ann Taylor. What did I purchase? You guys, tell me if you were on this jury. I need to know. I need to know. If you were on this jury, what do you need to see? How do you vote to say there is no way I can go guilty for Dan Moore? You guys are the jurors. Tell me what you need to see. They have this is in front of a jury. This is a jury trial. They like go through voir dire and all that shit. William says, I would vote in favor of Dr. Moore. Even if when he has to take the stand, they say, well, didn't you already admit to killing Brian Drake? Well, no, I just said, I told the cops what they wanted to hear. I mean, I don't know. I figured that my lawyer can clean it all up. I've never had a parking ticket in my life, never been in trouble, never had a criminal defense attorney. William says, false confessions happen all the time. I know, right? Especially if you can show that the time of the crime isn't the time of the crime. And what if you can just show that this wasn't even investigated? I mean, who's going to answer in Jennifer Drake's camp as to why her cell phone doesn't have a 911 call? The extraction doesn't have a 911 call. Like that just doesn't happen. Oh, there must have been a glitch. No, motherfuckers, there's no glitch. So many similarities to Delphi. There must be a cover-up playbook in these items. Anybody? What's like? Because this is Jennifer's case is this. The Idaho State Police gave her, during an open and active investigation, the Idaho State Police gave her the criminal discovery. So she's using the criminal discovery by calling Detective Van Leuven, Marty Ryan, who's a police officer in Bonners Ferry, and now he's retired, the gas leak guy, who else? Van Leuven, baby Gary Tolson, to say that how they investigated this case and what their investigation, they eliminated all these people, right? Which it can be proved that they didn't eliminate anybody, but that they got to Dan Moore because of how, what? Oh, this white truck. Okay, perfect. This white truck that just circled around this building twice and then went and parked, and then somebody got out of the truck, then decided to walk over to the office and then shoot through the window and then go back to the truck, get in the truck, and then drive the truck down then to Dan Moore's, or down to Mick Millett's house, the coroner's house. And then, and how, so people, I mean, and then so when Van Leuven's crossed up to say, okay, so what if Brian Drake wasn't shot at 7:26? What's your evidence that says that he was shot at 7:26? Did you talk to the ME? Did you do any of the mathematical equations to see how he was shot through a window with the trajectory if he was sitting on a stool, like where that would actually be in connection with his body, and how he could ever be hit in the side where you say that he was, where his wound is? Did you ever do the Faro scans to come back with like all that height, all that crap? You didn't even take the stool in. So you don't even know how tall this, like where Brian Drake, if he was sitting on the stool, where his torso would be in connection with the window. But then you do know that the ME said that there wasn't a downward trajectory, it was an upward trajectory hit that Drake took. So how do you explain that? He can't be sitting on a stool, leaning over. And then there's no dirt in his office. So how does Drake's back have all this fucking dirt and soil all over it? Why does his fingernails have dirt all underneath them? Why is there blood spatter on Brian Drake's pinky finger? Would that be consistent with holding somebody's hand behind their back? And then if you shot them from standing from behind them, and then, you know, how does his pinky get what the ME referred to as blood spatter? How'd that happen? They didn't check for there's no DNA in this case because they said that he was just shot through the window. So nothing has been tested. Then you guys fingerprint 5 days later. Woohoo! Why would you fingerprint? What do you think you needed to fingerprint for? If the killer just went and shot through the window, you dumb fucks. So the ME is going to disprove your theory that Brian Drake was sitting down at the window for him to get just shot through the window. So then what? Oh, then he was just what, standing? No, that doesn't work either. But you don't have any figures for that, right? And then let's talk about the evidence that you did not take from the scene. So he was shot through the window. Did you take the window? Nope. Did you take the stool? Nope. Did you take his chiropractic table? Nope. Did you take his desk? Nope. Did you take any of the water bottles that you claim to have vodka in them? Did you test them? Nope. Awesome. You took 4 cell phones. Where are they? You claim in your first interview with Jennifer Drake on March 16th that you talked to her a couple different times earlier. Where are those reports? When did you ever meet with Jennifer Drake before 3:16? How about the 3:14 phone call that you had with her for 19 minutes and 11 seconds? Where's that report? Why would you ever tell Jennifer Drake your leads in an open and active investigation? Is that best practice? I mean, I could just go on and on and on with Van Leuven and his fuckerage. Did you look at the cell towers, Van Leuven? Was that your job? So Gary Tolson says that you guys use a lot of resources the first 2 days that you were up in Bonners Ferry. Gary Tolson says that you guys sent up the dogs out there. Is that accurate? Was there any reports about you sending in the dogs out there, the Kootenai County dogs out there? Why would you ever need to send out the dogs if Brian Drake was shot through a window? You're going to get a hot scent? What the fuck are you all talking about? When would you send the dogs out there? For what? Who let the dogs out? I mean, what a bunch of dipshits. Okay. So is he just talking out of his ass there? Yeah, page 32. Go check it out. 32. Page 32. Go check it out. Tolson says that they're using a lot of resources, a lot of manpower up there. The Kootenai County dogs, Tolson says that they had the dogs up there. There is no report of any dogs. There's no report, period, that you guys worked with Kootenai County with that. And I'm interested because if, in fact, Brian Drake was shot through the office window, as you guys suggested, why would you be sending dogs up there? For the person that was what, running? Away from the crime scene? I don't know. I'm really confused. What are we going to have the dog sniff? You guys are dumb as fuck, man. Shit. Brian Drake took Pay Anywhere Now for credit cards. Did you guys ever get a search warrant or get a subpoena or anything for that Pay Anywhere Now app to see who paid with the card on the last day? So you're not aware of how long it would take for a credit card payment to go through, like, or a debit card to go through, how long it would take for Brian Drake to actually get that money in his account? So would it surprise you that if Brian Drake's Pay Anywhere Now account was receiving money after by a significant amount of days in that through that app, would you ask yourself who was using it maybe? But you guys didn't go get that paperwork? Okay. Now, I noticed that Brian Drake had $600 in cash and $100 bills, I think it was. Did you find any petty cash, like small bills to make change for when people paid cash? So those people knew that you had to come there with hundreds. You had to come there with exact cash. Did you ever ask about that? Only people that I know that pay in exact cash is for drugs. Okay. Jennifer Drake was under the impression that Brian Drake only had a personal phone and a work phone. Yet you found 4 phones there, right? Jennifer Drake told you that Brian Drake on average saw 20 to 25 patients a day. Is that what you guys counted when you guys went through the paperwork? Or was it more like 12? Do you recall when Jennifer Drake told you that anytime she would ask Brian Drake anything, he, in quotes, he would always answer it completely, fully. I didn't ever feel like he was ever not telling me something, end quote. Did you find that suspicious when you found out that she was breaking into his phone 48 hours before the murder then? Putting in 5 different passcodes? You're not aware of the Hidden Eye app? Well, Detective Van Leuven, you're the one that did the extraction, aren't you? Detective Van Leuven, are you aware that when you found Brian Drake that he had that device in his back pocket called a activator, and you mentioned it to Jennifer about him having in his back pocket an activator? Do you think it would be comfortable to sit on a stool with that thing in your back pocket, that activator that's like a T-shaped sharp object? Do you think that Brian Drake would have sat his ass on a stool with that in his ass? It's probably more likely than not that you would take that out of your back pocket if, in fact, you're going to go sit down, right? Why didn't you take the stool in evidence? In any of the reports that you filed, did you ever put on any of the reports that you sipped out of the water bottles that Brian Drake had in his office and tested them for vodka? No, you didn't, right? Okay. So then when did you tell Jennifer Drake that you were aware that Brian had vodka in his water bottles? When did his toxicology results come back? They came back after you told Jennifer Drake about the vodka in the water bottles that you didn't take into evidence and that you didn't test, right? So who told you there was vodka in these water bottles if you didn't sip from them and you didn't test them? Why are you assuming that there was, before you would ever get toxicology results back, why would you ever think that there was vodka in these water bottles? And why didn't you make a police report of that? Are you aware that you never asked Jennifer Drake her whereabouts throughout March 12th, that day? Are you aware of that? Did you just not think it was important to ask Jennifer Drake where the fuck she's been all day? She doesn't work, so weren't you a little bit kind of curious if she was like, I don't know, picking up her kids or, you know, what she was doing all day? And you are aware that Jennifer said that her husband lost consciousness within 15 seconds of being shot through a window, of which she said that she did not hear the shot and she did not hear the window being broken. And do you recall that on the first time that Jennifer Drake ever spoke with you, well, that you recorded anyway, in March 16th, she says, in quotes, and so that must have been when he turned around, end quote. When Brian was shot, that must have been when he had been, and so that must have been when he turned around. Did you tell Jennifer Drake that Brian was shot in the front, in the back, in the side? How would Jennifer Drake know or think to say, and so that must have been when he turned around? That doesn't even make any sense. Did you not inquire about what the hell she meant? She's talking about the movements of her husband while she's on the phone with him at that 7:17 second call. Did you ever think to ask about that? She says, I better call 911, so I have to stop connection with him in order to get someone else on the phone. And you said, what time did you call 911? And she says, it was 3 seconds. Oh, it was 911? It doesn't show on my phone a 911 call. No, it doesn't say anything. It literally has 6:42, and then Brian tried calling, and then 7:32 p.m., and then I called you. 7:32 p.m., she tried calling Brian's phone. And then you guys called me at 7:44 and said medics are there and the sheriff needs his cell number. And then in quotes, she says, but yeah, so 6:42, then it happened at 7:32. Did you ever think to ask yourself or ask Jennifer Drake what she meant by then it happened at 7:32? What the fuck happened at 7:32? 7:32 is when she called Brian. 7:32 and 50 seconds, and that's not on the cell towers. But in quote, she says, yeah, 6:42, then it happened at 7:32. And I tried calling him back and let it go for like 3 seconds and then another 3 seconds. But she only called him one time at 7:32. She didn't try to call him again. You know that, right, Detective Van Leeuwen, because you looked at her phone records, right? It just kept going straight to voicemail, so I knew he was not getting on. Detective Van Leeuwen, based on your experience as a detective, if somebody's phone keeps going to voicemail when you call it, what does that mean? That it's either dead or what? Turned off? After she says this, you don't ask her any questions. You just say, I want you to let us download your phone. Are you willing to do that? And then your next statement to her is, let's cover something else. I have never heard in all of the years of doing and looking into fucking cases, a detective that doesn't want to break down is telling you about being on the phone with their husband when they were shot, and you want to say, let's move on to something else. Unbelievable. So, Detective Van Leeuwen, in your training and experience, if a phone goes straight to voicemail, what does that mean? So was Brian Drake's phone turned off after he was shot? Was Brian Drake's phone dead? When you arrived on scene, was his phone on? Did he have battery? Why didn't you have any questions for Jennifer Drake concerning this very important story of the murder of her husband, Detective Van Leeuwen? You didn't ask her where she was in her house when this call was made, who she was with, who was home, if she had another device in the house to use to call 911 to keep Brian on the phone. Because since that call didn't register, did she use maybe a laptop or something, or an iPad? Did she use a neighbor's phone? Did Brian say if the blinds were open or closed? Did he say if he was in the waiting room area where that, window was? Did he see the person? You didn't ask her, did he say he saw anybody? Where were your kids when this happened? Then you would have found out that, her daughter was home with her. You would have been able to talk to her daughter then to get some, collaboration on this, because her daughter was 10 or 11. She's with it. Detective Van Leeuwen, in your experience as a detective, is it normal not to have an outgoing 911 call on your phone if you in fact make a 911 call? When did you first ever listen to the 911 call that Jennifer Drake made that day? Wouldn't you want to listen to that call as soon as possible? In your training and experience, if people have home surveillance cameras, would you want to get that camera footage and preserve it? Did Jennifer Drake have cameras at her home? Yes, she did. Did you go and get them? No, you fucking didn't. Did you ask Jennifer Drake, did she do this? Did you ask Jennifer Drake what kind of vehicle she drove? What kind of vehicle Amber Van Leeuwen drove? Did you get a picture of that vehicle like you did for everybody else? How about if they had any secondary cars or her son's car? What about her son's cell phone? Detective Van Leeuwen, does it not how do you not have any questions for the first person that should be the suspect, especially with a weird story such as her being on the phone when her husband was shot and murdered? Especially you're not trying to get an alibi witness for her. Instead, you say, let's cover something else, right? Van Leeuwen, you want to talk about patient problems. You tell Jennifer Drake that Brian's phones are with the FBI. Isn't that correct? Where are any of the FBI reports associated with Brian's devices? 3 phones Van Leeuwen mentions in an interview with Jennifer Drake, and she doesn't bat an eye. Jennifer only knew about 2 phones. So when you told Jennifer Drake that you guys had 3 phones, did you not think it was weird that she didn't say 3? He only has 2. What do you mean 3 phones? Van Leeuwen, if we compare the crime scene log of evidence, where was this 3rd phone found and photographed? It's not in there, right? Now, when Jennifer Drake was interviewed for the first time with Idaho State Police, well, it's really not the first time, but the first time that you decided to, record it, March 16th, 4 days after the murder, you allowed Jennifer Drake to be interviewed with her brother-in-law and her mother in the room, correct? Did you do that with anybody else? Is that best practice? Now, during the interview, her mother, Miss Miller, is the one that wants to revisit talking about Scott Crawford and threatening Brian. Do you recall that? And Jennifer Drake says, it would not surprise me one bit if Scott Crawford was the one that was behind Brian's murder. Scott Crawford is another chiropractor, right? And you went to try to go interview Scott Crawford, but he lawyered up, right? Was that suspicious to you that he lawyered up? Or was he cooperating through his attorney? And now, would it surprise you that Jennifer Drake lied to you when she said the last time that she talked to Scott Crawford was years ago, even though Scott Crawford and Jennifer Drake and Brian Drake all saw each other at some Christmas function, in 2018? Would that surprise you to know that Jennifer Drake told you that she hadn't, they hadn't had words since 2015 or 14? Would it also surprise you that when Jennifer Drake told you that I signed a consent form, here's my phone, there is no pattern, I do not have a passcode on my phone, and then she just happens to slide in there, Brian's didn't have one on his either, did it? Question mark to you? And you say, we haven't touched it, meaning you hadn't looked at Brian's phone since 3/12 when you got it. You hadn't looked at his phone. It's 3/16. Or were you just lying to her? But do you think it's weird that she would ask if Brian's phone had a passcode on it? This is wild. Oh, shit. Detective Van Leeuwen, you say to Jennifer Drake in quotes, so I'm going to tell you this. And normally I wouldn't tell you this, but this Eldora person called into the sheriff's office and said, hey, you guys need to know that when I was coming in for my appointment, there was a large, angry, agitated guy coming out, end quote. Well, you normally don't do that. Why would you tell Jennifer Drake that? Is that best practice? And so let me get this straight, Detective Van Leeuwen. Eldora Gatchell called in the sheriff's department and pointed the finger at Paul Jacobson, didn't she? She tried to say that Paul Jacobson was this big, angry man, and that when she arrived, he was all angry. And then when she left, that she saw what she believed to be his truck just sitting, running up by the blue door, right? That's how she tried to portray it. And then she calls up to the sheriff's office to then tell you guys about it again, to say, hey. And then isn't it true that Eldora Gatchell then told you that she thought Jennifer Drake was involved? And then isn't it true that then Jennifer Drake points the finger at Eldora in the interview with Jennifer Drake on March 24th? And so after you tell Jennifer Drake about this big agitated man, Detective Van Leeuwen, you then try to slide into, okay, so it's odd to me. You say, can you remember when you were on the phone with him? Did Brian say anything to you about a large, angry man? And Jennifer's answer was no. Brian, did he say something to me? No. And you say, okay, so it's odd to me that he, meaning Brian, didn't mention that a large, agitated guy was in his office earlier to you. And she's like, Brian? And you're like, yeah, when you guys talked. And well, how about this, Detective Van Leeuwen? Maybe it's not weird because maybe Eldora Gatchell's a fucking liar. Did you ever think about that? Did you ever think about that Eldora Gatchell just said what she said and it's not true? Did you look at the cameras, you dumb, lazy, fat fuck? Because you would have known that Eldora Gatchell was lying. There was no white truck there when that fucking Hawaiian bitch left. It's all on the cameras. You guys are going to get your asses blown up in this trial. to shreds. How in the world, though, would Eldora Gatchel actually know, though, that a minute after she would leave, that there would be a white truck that comes on through and stops for like 15 seconds? How would Eldora Gatchel know that if she left? Because we see her leaving on camera. Well, there's only one way, or two ways, actually. A, somebody that she was with didn't leave yet, or B, somebody told her that actually did the driving. Because she mentions the white truck when she was interviewed about it being exactly where it ends up being a minute after she left. So how would she possibly know that? Well, I'm going to tell you, Van Leuven, could that all be because there was no angry large man? Could it be that Eldora was not being truthful? Just like she wasn't being truthful about seeing a white truck? In fact, you found out that Paul Jacobson wasn't some angry man, right? Because you ended up interviewing him on March 19th. Isn't that correct? So do you think it was weird that Eldora is trying to place emotions on people that aren't present? And then Eldora tried to say that the same truck that she saw when she arrived was there, but he just pulled up at the drive-thru up by the blue door, right? But that never happened because when Eldora left, there was no white truck there, right? So she was trying to make it seem like this guy, Paul Jacobson, stuck around until she was gone. And then she even said, because she wasn't supposed to be the last appointment, remember? Brian Drake squeezed her and her brother in. Do you remember that? And then her niece says, well, maybe that guy was angry and was wondering why you guys were there, and because he was about to do what he was about to do, and then he had to wait. Do you remember all that, Detective Van Leuven? You're the one, Detective Van Leuven, that looked at the cameras from Columbia Bank, correct? Because you put together a, what do you call it, a timeline and a bunch of clips, right? You did that, right? So then you should be very familiar with the Columbia Bank camera footage. And while interviewing Paul Jacobson, you took pictures of his truck without his knowledge, correct? And what would be the purpose of that, Detective Van Leuven? It would be to compare it to what? To the trucks leaving Drake's place, correct? And so you were able to see that Paul Jacobson, in fact, drove away at 6:17 p.m. on March 12, 2020, correct? Which was how many minutes before Eldora's pilot is seen? Well, it's exactly 59 to 60 minutes before. So his truck wasn't there, right? You never saw it come back, right? And in fact, Paul Jacobson made a phone call on his home phone or on his cell phone while he was at home at 7 p.m., correct? And he lives how far away from Drake's office? He's on a totally different cell tower, right? And that's how you were able to see that 7:01 p.m. He's not off of Bonner's Ferry cell tower, right? And now you were making a timeline with an Excel spreadsheet right away from the beginning of this case? Or did you just make it towards the end to only clip certain things to fit your narrative about trying to frame Dan Moore? Because a good detective would have been starting from the beginning of the case and started plotting people and their cars and clipping them from the cameras, right, Detective Van Leuven? So when did you start making your timeline in your spreadsheet? You asked to see what Eldora was driving. She sent you what she had in June, right? So you were only interested in what Eldora and Paul Jacobson were driving? Did you ask Isaac Funderburg to send you a picture of his, or did you already get that one? What about his girlfriend's car? What about Eldora's motherfucking second car? What about the fact that Paul Jacobson said that when he was leaving at 6:17, that another SUV was coming in when he was walking out to his truck? Do you remember him telling you that? And that the person that was driving was a female, and it could pass for being the daughter of the woman that was inside at Drake's office right then and there. And you're aware that Eldora Gatchel had her niece in town, right? But she also has a daughter too, right? And then you look at the Columbia cameras, the pictures are the bank cameras, right? And what do you see at 6:16 p.m.? You see a two-tone older model Ford Explorer, don't you? With the green and the tan, don't you? And what is it doing? It's turning right into Drake's building, just like Paul Jacobson said. And then what do you see at 6:17? Paul Jacobson's truck then leaving. So everything that he just said in his interview, when you look at the Columbia Bank cameras, check, 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 check. So now we have Eldora motherfucking Gatchel with not one car, but two cars, two vehicles at Brian Drake's office. Now, didn't Eldora Gatchel tell you that her niece didn't feel well and that she stayed back home? So that would be a lie, right? Or it'd have to be another Hawaiian woman, right? So did you ever go and ask Eldora for pictures of what other cars they owned? So I did your job for you. Ready? I have pictures because I followed all over town that lovely Explorer. And it's just going to blow your fucking story to shreds. So basically, when Eldora said she got in her pilot and left at 7, and she's seen on the cameras leaving with the pilot at 7:16, 7:17, right before that call is made to Jennifer Drake's phone. Well, now I can just blow that all up because now I can prove that they had two vehicles to work with. So that phone call that was made to Jennifer at 7:17 from Brian's cell phone, I can now prove that I at least have a possibility here to show that, hey, it looked like Eldora left, and it looked like she left with her brother, right? But when in fact, they were there with two vehicles. So it's great, Eldora. You left maybe in your pilot, but you left behind your brother in that Explorer that was being driven by your niece. Yeah. Boom. Take that, you fucks. Let's see. Where is that damn vehicle? Next up is, let's see. Would you think that 9 minutes is a long time to have a phone conversation? Because Jennifer's answer as to why she didn't know about this angry man to you is, she says, Jennifer begins to explain to you, Van Leeuwen, why in 9 minutes Brian never mentioned this angry guy. It's because she doesn't think 9 minutes is a very long time, right? And she was talking about the kids and coronavirus and things like that, right? Or it's maybe because she wasn't on the phone with the motherfucker, right? Woo! Sorry. Fuck oh man. But you show Jennifer Drake pictures of Paul Jacobson, and she says that she doesn't know him, right? She's never seen him before, right? Okay. And then you come with this bombshell question where you say, any issues in your marriage as far as fidelity goes? And she says, no, none. None that I'm aware of, and I have no reason to think so. End quote. You said nothing in the past, and she says, no. They're swingers, so it's not cheating. But you interviewed a ton of people. And so I want to remind you of a woman by the name of Nancy. And I'm going to play her interview for you, Van Leuven. And I want you guys to hear this interview with Nancy, my fave. Nancy, if you're out there, we love you. Huge fans. Here we go. Where's Nance? Nancy, get your ass in here. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, I gotta go with this one. Nancy's my favorite interview. I mean, maybe Savage. Savage is pretty good too. But this interview is just straight tits. Oh, when did you? I think you interviewed her. I swear it was April. Come on. All right, found it. Oh no. There we go.
Hold on, it's coming. Lana said interviews with Savage or Nancy were her faves. They are my faves. Wait till you see these. These are good. Video, music. Oh shit, okay.
Dr. Brian Drake. I am Brittany Park, a detective with the Idaho State Police. With me I have
Corporal Andy Hodo with the Idaho State Police.
Nancy Johnston, former patient.
Okay. Okay, Nancy, so we'll kind of go through some generic patient questions with you and then just have you tell me everything and anything you knew about Dr. Drake. So this first one is pretty generic. Just kind of describe your relationship with Dr. Drake, whether it was as a patient or I believe you worked at the Super One Deli, had some contact with him. Just kind of explain all of your interactions that you've had with him for us.
We were very good friends. We connected right away because of our zodiac signs, which I'm a firm believer in. And we just became really good friends. He would come in every Monday and Thursday nights around sometimes somewhere between 7 and 8. And he would order food to take back to the Kootenai River Inn where he stayed. This is all what he told me. And so we always got along really good. He always gave me a full body hug afterwards, after I rang him up. And as a patient, I went there one time. I had a really bad neck. I have 2 vertebrae that were shoved forward permanently, paralytic ones, 5 and 6. And I've been going to Dr. Moore here in town for years, but he does manipulation the old-fashioned way. And I asked Brian if he was the same, and he said, no, I use that little, it's like a hammer tool. They cock it and hit your vertebrae or whatever to adjust it. So I went and tried it one time, didn't like it. I like the old-fashioned way, and so I went back.
So you say you guys are really good friends. When is your kind of the first interaction you had with Dr. Drake where
when he
first kind of met him, I guess?
Yeah, when he first came into the deli the first time.
And how long ago was that? Do you know, approximately several years?
Probably at least 2 years ago.
Okay. How long have you worked at the deli?
I don't anymore, but I worked in the deli all together 4 years. Okay. So I started in, I think, 2015.
Okay.
And I worked 3 years, then I quit for a year and went back and worked at the assisted living center here across from the hospital, and then I came back a year later.
Okay, so when is the last time you worked at the deli?
Last November.
What? November of 19?
19.
Okay, and is that when's the last time you saw Dr. Drake?
The last time I saw him was, I can't even tell you. I think it was in, so I have a crappy memory now, it's my age. I think it was probably maybe in the fall.
Of last year?
Yeah.
2019?
Or maybe in the summer, something like that.
Okay. What do you know about Dr. Drake?
Well, I didn't know while I was having interactions with him, how prolific he was about. I heard all of that later.
About what?
His interactions with other women.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know he was active like that.
You didn't know he was active like that? You're talking about like affairs?
Yeah.
Or, okay. Where did you hear that?
Where? Well, from you guys for one.
The other detective said he was having some affairs.
Well, just it was pretty obvious.
Oh,
Maybe I just connected the dots.
oh.
But people in the
Well,
community, I heard him
You
in
guys.
passing, after he got shot, by a couple of people, and it did surprise me.
Did you know have you heard of anyone specifically that he had an affair with or any kind of sexual relations with? You just heard the rumor that he did. And what do you mean it didn't surprise you about?
Well, it was super good looking, and a flirt.
Okay. And you said you guys were good friends. Did you like talk often or just good friends from him coming to the deli all the time?
Yeah, coming in the deli all the time, and we would text each other once in a while, flirting,
Okay.
talking
Was
about.
that very often that you
No.
would text? No.
No.
Okay. Do you know anyone that would want to hurt Dr. Gray? No? Nothing you
Wish I did.
Yeah. So no rumblings about anything in the community or anything like that. What about, how would you, I mean, you kind of already dabbed into this, but how would you describe his character just as a whole?
He was very charismatic, very friendly, playful, obviously, flirty. It's just all around nice guy.
Did you, just based on what you know of him, did you ever, or your interactions with him, did you ever suspect any kind of drinking issues or drinking and alcohol issues or drug issues or
Not,
infidelity?
not
Based on what you knew.
okay, not drugs, not infidelity. Although that was pretty obvious when, he's flirting back and forth. And then the last text I got, I'm sure you read that off the last report, which was, he texted me back in the last time I heard from him, which is probably end of summer, something like that. Because I delete all my texts, I always have.
they don't go away though.
He said that his balls were aching and he wanted a hand job. Could I help him out?
His balls were.
Normal conversation for you guys?
Wait.
No.
Has he ever said anything like that to you?
And because I delete all my texts. I always
I
have.
think it was Jennifer. I think it was Jen.
He said that his balls were aching and he wanted a hand job. Could I help him out?
Was that normal? Normal conversation for you
No.
guys?
No,
Has he ever said anything like
Needed a hand job.
in the deli?
no,
No.
not face to face.
Did you respond?
I did. I said, do you really think it would end there? And then that was basically the end of the conversation.
Go Nancy.
He didn't respond back.
I don't
You don't
remember,
remember?
but he didn't. That was it.
And this was on text message, just a normal text message or a messaging app or anything like that?
I have no idea about that.
Grindr.
Just do a normal
Like on
text.
an iPhone text or something?
Yeah, he had an iPhone, I'm sure.
Okay. And did you go through with it?
No.
No?
Did you see him or talk to him after that at all?
No, I didn't, but the girls saw him in the deli. I mean, the girls that work in the deli saw him. It was very infrequent after that. After that last text, he didn't come in very often.
Let's bring his
Not
back.
as often as he used to.
His back got
And,
messed up.
But
Probably from that. Probably from
the
saying
one
that.
girl that knows him, there's a lot of new girls in the deli now. She saw him a few times after that, but very infrequent.
What did you say that was? The text?
I don't know. I wish I wouldn't have. I'm thinking maybe the end of the summer, something like that.
Describe the interactions you had with him at the deli. Like, what would he buy? How much would he buy? What kind of were the conversations about?
He was flirty, just not if you want to go out or anything like that, but just flirty, back and forth, bantering and stuff. The
Bantering.
first time he came in, he ordered a bunch of stuff. I knew there was enough stuff there for like 4 people to eat, and I called him on it because I knew what he was up to. And because I had to turn around to get the styrofoam containers to put his food in. So I'm sure he was trying to check me out. I'm old enough now, I can figure that one out. But, and he turned me red and smiled and said, well, he would eat the rest of it the next day. But he knew that I knew what he was up to.
Nancy.
What do you mean you knew what he was up to? Explain that. Just
Well, when somebody is flirting back and forth, so to speak, you're getting along good in your conversation, and he's good looking. We were talking about his
Ugly people don't flirt.
zodiac signs. Talk to him
You guys, ugly people do not flirt. He's flirty. He's good looking. Nancy, I love you.
about his wife's sign, and which is a very head-butting relationship.
Ooh.
Just the bantering, the normal bantering that 2 people do, male and female.
Just normal.
Flirty kind of stuff.
Normal, come
So
rub my balls.
You knew that he was gonna go back and get another woman, or
No. I always, when he came in, he would get his food, and somewhere in the conversation when we first met, he said he stayed. He explained what he did. He got done for the day, came in, got something to eat, went back to the hotel and stayed there. And then the next morning, he would go to Troy and Libby, and then come back. And that was Monday. And then, I don't know, I think maybe Tuesday he might have done some more in Bonnersbury. I'm not sure about that, but then I know that he came back Thursdays and did the same thing.
same thing as in
Same
going
routine.
to Montana the next day? Did he? And he said specifically he was staying in the Kootenai River Inn.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say if he was gambling or meeting up with anybody, or just he stayed there?
Yeah, he just said that he stayed at the Kootenai River Inn, but he never mentioned, I assumed he gambled. I worked there for a year in the casino, and just, he never mentioned it, but I'm sure he did. And to answer your previous question, he always got wine after he got his food in the deli.
You saw him actually getting wine?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the wine is straight down the aisle of the store by the registers, and you can see people in the wine section.
And he typically got a lot of food, or he typically got
Just that first time.
Oh, then he got kind of a normal portion size.
Yes.
that's what I was kind of, when you said you called him on it, what do you mean by that?
Well, he was checking me out every time I turned around.
Oh, so that's what you meant by you
Yes.
order a bunch of food, you turn around and you can, okay.
Yeah.
That's where I was confused, because like she said, Reed was back for.
He was buying enough for an army, but no, it was just that first meeting,
Oh.
and then I called him on and he got really red, so he knew that I knew what he was up to.
Did you notice if he wore his wedding ring?
Sometimes he didn't, sometimes he didn't.
And you noticed that?
I noticed that right off the bat.
Specifically that he would sometimes?
Damn, Jen, that's
First
gotta
time
burn.
he did. And then,
Would you guys talk about his wife or kids, or what did you
well,
tell
I asked him what his sign was. I asked him everything, that's kind of a,
How big's your
you
dick?
meet somebody that's married and they're kind of, acting like they're maybe hitting on you. I always go into the wife and kid thing to redirect.
Okay, are you familiar with that area around his office at all? to where you would recognize any suspicious people or vehicles happen to be in that area the weeks prior to the shooting?
No, when I drove by, he used to,
Here it is.
I think there at the end he drove a white SUV, something like that.
Yep.
But he used to drive a
Blue truck.
kind of a navy blue, I can't remember what it was, if it was might have been a Chevy pickup and it had a
She's spot on, man.
visor on it
She's
over the windshield.
she's spot on.
And if I drove by during the day in my travels and stuff, I always glanced over there, you know, he was there. We'll note that. But towards the end, mm-mm.
Did you, kind of back to the Super One thing, is there a point where he kind of stopped going to Montana where he may have mentioned it? You know, so you just
He never mentioned, I never asked him, it was only, you know, like in the moment when he was there, we wouldn't talk about anything else, just, you know, like, you know, I'd say, how was your day? It was fine, period. You know, long days, because he put in long days. And, but, you know, it was the first time that he told me his routine, and so I just said, okay, whatever, you know, next day he's going in, so, or over to Montana, but it was always just in the present.
Okay. You probably don't remember what your last conversations were with him at the deli, besides the text message conversations. But nothing, never got any really red flags from him or anything. He was a flirt and he was good looking, but nothing.
No, you know, I always got that. We both got it because I think he probably needed it just as well for whatever reasons he had, but the full body hug.
What? Describe the full body
It
hug
was
is.
nice.
I'm not
Well,
sure
normally,
what exactly.
I know the other girls are always jealous. Normally,
Dead. Fucking dead, man. I love you, Nancy.
normally when you hug somebody,
Tits up, man.
I don't want to embarrass you, but if you have big boobs, you kind of tuck those in and lean forward a little bit because you don't want the contact there, because that's what men like. And I've had a lot of men try to do that.
Fun bags, Nancy.
But his and ours were just full body contact. I mean, as much as you could without falling down, you know.
So like the groin,
He's getting up.
it's like the whole body was like
Yeah.
the groin was included in everything else,
Pretty much.
or it was just kind of a lean in and the.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't a lean in. It was he put his arms around my waist. I put my arms around his shoulders because his shoulders were probably about to here. So it would have been too awkward just for the sake of a hug.
Could
No,
you feel his
you know,
dong?
platonic. It was easier for me to go over the top.
Is
So
that
everything was.
who initiated this? You or him?
We both did.
We both did.
To hug a customer or just
I hugged a lot of customers. A lot of them were older folks because I took care of older folks. And I'm a very touchy-feely person anyways. And I'm
Touchy-feely.
very personable. And I just like hugging people. So I hug lots of people, young, old. I have, you know, you just.
You guys, I can't wait for Nancy to take the stand. Nancy is going to be can you guys imagine Nancy on the stand? She's going to fucking hug the damn judge.
Develop a customer base. I had little girls that would come in, and I still to this day, even though I don't see them in the deli, if I see them in the store, I have a little girl. She's probably 11 now. She comes up and I grab her and I lift her off the ground. So, but
She's doing dirty dancing.
I just knew that he was under a lot of stress.
Mm.
In our last conversation with Chris, I told him that I was a little bit psychic. I could tell you scores of stories about interactions from the other side. Well, the one when I got your text tonight, but
How do they know how to text you?
and I have the gift of discernment. So I can look at somebody, like if they're walking away from me or walking up to me, that was me. I can tell what's wrong with them, if they're happy, sad, confused, you know, whatever there is going on in their head, I can read that. And I just, when I saw him walking up to the deli, and I know Scorpios really well because he was a Scorpio because I dated one for 5 years. I could read him. And most of the reading that I got was that he was extremely tired, weary, and lonely.
Did you,
I
did he have
agree.
back surgery yet when he was stuck on the belly?
Wish Brian was still here.
I think it was around the time that you left the belly, or
I think he said he did. I didn't even remember that until you said that. I think he said he did, but I do remember him saying his back was bad. And he walked like it was.
He walked. Maybe his dick
I
was
think,
just hanging.
what time did he have it? That would help me on a date.
I don't remember the date. I think it was the end of last year sometime
No, it wasn't.
that it happened, or maybe not the end. Maybe I think it was after summer, but before fall.
See, that would have been around the last time I saw him. I wish I wouldn't have deleted all of his stuff. But I still have his number in my phone, but I delete, at the end of the day, I delete all my conversations. I don't know why it's a bad habit, but I got nothing to hide, but I don't like the clutter in my phone. And I don't understand all, you know, when people want to show you something in their phone, and I don't know how they keep all this conversation straight. Because, you know, you have like 20, 30 friends. I don't know how they do it. I'm not on Facebook or anything.
Did you guys call, or yeah, did you two call each other, or was it always just via text?
Once in a while, we would call each other.
To talk on just chat, or
Oh, let me see if that's right or not. Maybe it was just texting. Yeah, I think once in a while we called each other, but it was maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe. I just didn't feel comfortable with that. I mean, texting, you know, same thing, I suppose, but texting's a little bit, isn't as personal as a phone call.
yeah.
You could just say, "What's up, how?"
So just to kind of do the standard question we ask everybody, where were you at on the evening of March 12th? Between like 7 and 8
In bed, I know that for sure.
in bed.
Yeah.
With Brian.
My normal routine is I get up at 3 a.m.
Oh God.
I'm retired, but I get up, but I'm a workaholic, so I work. So I get up at 3 a.m. and I go down to usually the Super One, or Safeway, I'm sorry, at 6. I stop there because I'm a merchandiser. I work for Mission Chips and Tortillas. I stop there for about an hour. That was before the shit hit the fan. So this is my normal routine. I'd stop there for an hour, go to Super One at 7, work there until about 9:30, 10ish. What day was that?
The Thursday.
Okay, so Monday and Thursdays are my load days, and so I don't get done at Super One and Safeway, because after I get done stocking everything, then I wait for like an hour because my merchandiser would come in at about 10:30 with all my stuff. We'd meet at Safeway, and I'd be there for about a half an hour putting my stock up after he checked it in. And then we would meet over at Super One, and I usually would be there, you know, he'd check his stuff in and then take off to go to Montana. And I would probably be there for sometimes another hour to put stuff up, or maybe some stuff out on the shelf that was missing. And then after that, we would, Micah, one of the gals that works in the deli that I'm friends with, and one other gal, Lori, or not Lori, Lisa, when she was working during the day, we'd go out after work and usually go to the brewery and have a beer and eat lunch.
Is that where Chris saw you? Is it the brewery? Is that where you?
No, Yes, at the brewery.
Chris
Yeah, he just
who?
happened to walk in. I thought they were gonna kick us out because we were, socializing.
Corona.
Yeah. That's funny. But then I would leave, would all break up at like 4, usually 4. I had to leave because I live off grid, so I have to go home and chop wood, blah, blah, blah. And by 5 o'clock,
I'm gassed.
when it was starting to get dark, it was less light then. I'd pull my bed out, turn on Jim Bohannon, and fall asleep. So I was always in bed by 6.
Okay. Do you own any firearms?
I do.
What type of firearms do you have?
I have a 357
Oh shit.
Smith & Wesson and a 375 Winchester.
Do you know where they're at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Stolen, basically, as well.
Oh no, I bought my 357 in Georgia like back in the 70s, and this Winchester, I sold my first one, but this one I bought, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago, something like that, but I haven't shot either one of them in years.
Okay. Did you know anything about the Hartman Financial?
The what?
The Hartman Financial, the business next door, in the same building as.
I thought it was a dentist.
That was the one on Fernmont.
Yeah, well, there was 3 of them?
Well, the dentist moved out and there was another Hartman Financial.
Okay, no, I didn't know anything about that.
And there's what other question I was gonna ask.
Those are the firearms.
Do you know Michelle Sanders,
Ooh.
the deli?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about her interactions with Dr. Drake?
No,
Are you not a fan of her?
she's a sociopath.
Just with your experiences with her?
You can verify that through the other girls who work in the
Does she
job.
still work there?
Fucking dad.
Okay.
Stop.
Have any further questions? Okay.
She's a sociopath. I'm sorry.
Do you know Michelle Sanders, the deli?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about her interactions with Dr. Drake?
No,
Are you not a fan of her?
she's a sociopath.
Just with your experiences with her?
And you can verify that through the other girls who work in the
Does she
job.
still work there? That
Yep.
you know of?
Yep.
Okay.
This
Do you
is
have any
fucking awesome.
further questions? Okay. Do you have anything else you want to add about Dr.
Yeah, I
Drake?
do.
Or?
I do.
Okay.
I woke up, I think it was the next day I found out about him, that he got killed. And then
Why don't you ask how?
a couple days after that, and this was before I talked to Chris. A couple days after that, I was laying in bed, woke up in the middle of the night, and I was trying to connect to him. And
She was
I
trying.
got back telepathically, I'm sorry this happened. This is from him. I'm sorry this happened. And he wanted his wife to know that he was sorry that he wasn't going to be there for her. That's what I got back. It kind of surprised me.
Have you ever met his wife?
No.
No, you didn't know anything about her?
No.
Besides what you would say?
No, matter of fact, the picture in the paper was the first time I saw her.
Oh, okay.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
But I've had a lot of stuff like that happen before. I was kind of surprised that actually came through. But then again, not, because I do believe that people, well, they talk to me from the other side, but the communication is always there.
Mm-hmm.
People are just too busy with everything to stop and listen.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was kind of interesting, but I'm certainly not going to communicate that to his wife.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave that up to you guys. It's kind of a drag.
Yeah, it's a sad thing.
I always tell people life's like an ocean. It's calm on top, but you don't know what's going on underneath.
Oh, for sure.
Teeny.
Everybody's life is like that.
Oh yeah.
Anything else? Is that about
She's-
Dr. Drake? No? Okay,
she's
at
like-
this time, I will shut the recorder off. It is 3:59 on April 1st.
You guys. That was just the best. Nancy says that it's calm on top. Everyone's like the ocean. It's calm on top, but you just don't know what's going on underneath. Nancy, God bless you, Nancy. Well, I'm sorry this happened. He wanted his wife to know he was sorry he wasn't going to be there for her. Going to be there for her. Maybe he was talking to his daughter. Maybe Nancy got it wrong. Well, I like to end on Nancy is going to be an excellent witness. Okay. Dude, Brian Drake sent her a text message that says, "Will you come rub my balls and give me a blowjob?" Okay? Period. Now, where is my girl Lacey? Lacey. I would like to introduce you guys to Lacey. There it is. Now, Lacey has a story for us. I want to hear from Jennifer Smith. Jennifer Smith's going to make an amazing witness.
What's the number you got there, Joy?
I have 208-512-1839.
Please consult your directory and Hello.
Lacey?
Yep.
Hi, Lacey. This is How are you?
Okay.
Not flying today?
Not yet. Here in like an hour.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, this shouldn't take too long. We'll get started. Again, I'm Detective Chris Donahue with Idaho State Police. Along with me is Detective Gary Tollison. So if you hear different people asking you questions, it's just us two in the office here. And we'll talk to you during the interview. So just to let you know, the interview is recorded for these purposes. So, what you're telling us, we're not making stuff up, and what we're telling you, we're not making stuff up. So we just want to make sure we got an accurate picture of what we're saying during the interview. Sounds good?
Sure.
Okay, Lacey, could you tell us what the address you're living at now?
Oh, shit.
And so you still hold an Idaho driver's
So,
Okay. So when you're out here, though, do you have a residence out here?
Okay.
Okay. Great.
So your understanding why we're calling you and interviewing you by telephone is because we're investigating the death of Brian Drake.
Yes.
And were you aware that Brian Drake had been murdered?
yes.
Okay. How'd you find out?
I found out through Dr. Elliott and then through Sarah. I don't know her new married name because she was the front desk gal when I worked there.
Oh, okay. And worked where?
At River City Chiropractic, and I believe she found out through Facebook.
Okay. How long did you work at River City Chiropractic?
I was there, gosh, you guys, because it's been a while.
Sure.
I think I left there in, let me think, I think I left in 2000. 13 maybe, or 14.
A little while ago.
I worked there for a couple of years, and then I moved to Alaska, and then I came back and worked for another year. So
Okay. So it'd be fair to say you started in 2011? About?
I believe so.
Okay.
11 or 12, yeah, and then I worked there a couple of years.
So what was your position there? What were you hired at?
I was a chiropractic assistant for Dr. Crawford and Dr. Elliott.
Ooh,
Okay.
here
Tell
we
me a little
go.
bit about what you do as a chiropractic assistant.
Who cares?
What was your job responsibility?
When a new patient would come in, I would do their exam and their x-rays, and then do re-exams, and then when the doctors would do adjustments, and then they would send them to me to go over their at-home exercises with the patients,
Okay.
and then do like, the muscle stim units on them.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been a chiropractor before, so I'm kind of aware of those little things they put on you, and just gives it pulsates. Yeah.
Yeah, keep it going, asshole. Let's go.
Gotcha.
I'm actually doing that now because I have
Oh, for
shoulder
fuck's
surgery,
sake.
so I'm doing physical therapy. And at the end of the sessions, they ice it and put that stuff on it.
Yeah, they ice your balls.
So
Dr. Elliott adjusted me over Dr. Crawford, but I watched them perform miracles. You guys should definitely know me to adjust them.
well, I think I'm going to have to after this physical therapy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you in the office there at River City, that was, you said Dr. Tell me your name again.
Oh, God.
The other doctor,
Sarah.
Elliott.
Sarah,
No.
Dr. Elliott and Dr. Crawford. So I mainly worked most Dr. Elliott and I assisted him the most over Dr. Crawford. And then Dr. Drake came in, but I wasn't his assistant at all. He was just at the office.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about Dr. Drake. So how long was he at the office while you were there? Was he there a year, 2 years?
That I don't know. I don't know how long he was there because it was such a long time ago.
Okay.
But I was there for the whole time he worked there. From
Okay,
start to
okay.
finish, I was there.
So one of the main reasons we're talking to you is that you were at a location where Dr. Crawford and where Dr. Elliott and where Brian Drake worked, and they have told us some things about Dr. Drake, positive and negatives, and so we're looking to find out what would be a cause of why someone would kill Dr. Drake. In a letter to us from Dr. Crawford, he indicated several things. One was a financial thing, that Dr. Drake owed him some money. I'm not sure how he got along with Dr. Elliott because he doesn't mention Dr. Elliott, but he also mentioned that that Drake was treating staff members, mentioning your name, Kim's name, type of thing.
Kim? Who's Kim?
He also mentions that he doesn't mention, he writes in the letter that Dr. Drake had slapped you on the butt. Did that occur?
Yeah, Dr. Drake was a really nice guy,
Mm-hmm.
but he had this very perverted, like the way he carried himself was very perverted. He always made me uncomfortable. I always told Dr. Drake or Dr. Crawford, Dr. Elliott about it, and one day he full on just slapped my butt and was like, "Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I thought you were my wife, but sorry, it's just habit, you know." Like,
What
a
Fuck.
Yeah.
So much for that stuff not happening in Idaho.
Other than that, when you say perverted, uncomfortable.
Why are you downplaying
or, like a lot of the times I'd show up to work wearing like a coat and like a baseball hat early in the morning, and he'd always just be like, "Oh, I love a woman in a hat," and would just always say stuff to me like that when I'd walk in the morning, or
No wonder why
like
Jen
one
wears
time I was
hats.
up on the like climbing up on the counter to get something off the top shelf, and he's like something like, "Ooh, that'd be the perfect position," and just always saying really off the wall, highly inappropriate things to me.
Did he touch you in any other way besides slapping you on the butt? I mean, would he hug you? Would he rub your back?
He's the kind of guy that would like walk by and like grab your waist or give you like a
I think Lacey is going to make another fabulous witness. Can I get a witness? I mean, you can't do this to women and think that when their man finds out about it, they ain't going to do something about it.
little tickle side, or just inappropriate touching that wasn't necessary, but the butt grabbing thing was like the most he'd ever touched me. Because he didn't adjust me, like
Right.
Dr. Elliott was always adjusting me, so I never got care from him.
Yeah. Besides the physical,
But he's just kind of a sporty guy. He's really nice, but just gave me kind of the creepy vibes.
yeah. Besides the physical part of that, did he ever
You can
ask
leave
you out or
your
anything
hat
like that?
on.
Did he ever, mention that, hey, you'd like to go out or anything like that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Did ever tell
How
you it
about
was
other female staff? Kimberly's name was brought up.
Kimberly Hill?
I'm not sure their interactions at all. I believe
Interviewer.
he moved to the billing area while he was there and took over one of the other girls' positions. So she was in a back office,
Okay.
and I was out assisting. So her and I never really even seen each other much through the day, so I have no idea.
Right.
Kimberly, come
But
talk
you
to
never
me.
saw interaction between Dr. Drake and her?
No,
How about any other female staff?
no, nothing that comes to mind.
How about, so when this stuff was happening with you, so would it happen like daily or every couple days when you were working? How many days a week did you work there?
5 days a week.
Okay. Was it happening on a regular basis?
I would say, enough. It wasn't like a one-time deal. It was enough to be like, God, why are you doing that? Or you're really creeping me out. Or, and that's why I kept telling the doctors, like, God, Dr. Drake did this. Or, you just,
God damn it,
it
Crawford.
was often enough that it or
What'd they tell you?
What?
What did the other doctors tell you when you told them about it?
It was just, Dr. Carr, it was just make him mad. I don't know if they ever confronted him or not about it.
Make him mad?
I don't know if they confronted him or not.
Did you ever tell Dr. Drake in person that, hey, knock it off or stop doing that? I feel uncomfortable.
No, sadly I should have. I was in my early 20s, and
Early 20s.
yeah, no, I never did, and I wish I would have.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So patients, female patients.
Maybe it would have saved his
You ever see
life.
Dr. Drake's interaction with female patients?
Just like the greeting them and bringing them into his room to adjust them, and then when they would leave. It was just, so no, I have no idea what went on behind closed doors. I didn't do any therapy or any stim units or anything on his patients. He did all care for his patients. He wasn't busy enough to need me as an assistant.
Okay.
There you go. He wasn't busy enough to need
And I wasn't
me.
hired, or it wasn't.
He wasn't busy enough to need me as an assistant. You guys are getting this, right? So Dr. Crawford alleged that it's true. I mean, it's flat out true. Dr. Drake came from Texas, where he sold his big, lavish practice, allegedly, but I don't know if that's true either. He left Texas, comes to Idaho, and so he starts working for Scott Crawford here at this River City Chiropractic. And this is true. I mean, Dr. Crawford and Dr. Elliott got wind that Dr. Drake was starting to steal their patients. And how he did this is he decided to go to Bonner's Ferry, where these people were traveling from that were Mennonite community people. And he went where the money was. If you go and travel to Bonner's Ferry, then all the people that were coming and seeing Elliot and Crawford, and who he would get like the dribble in people, you know, you're going to get all those people. And so he 100%, okay, did that. And Scott Crawford said, I kicked myself in the dick because I didn't do a non-compete or something like that.
Part of my job description to help him at all.
Got it. Did you ever meet Mrs. Drake? Did she ever come in the office? Jennifer Drake?
Sometimes they come in, the kids are, two of the kids, I think it was a little girl and a little boy, were pretty young.
Yeah.
Usually she has them with them.
Okay.
But she didn't come in a lot, but she did, you know, she's cute and very nice and always was nice to me.
Did you ever see anything, any interaction between, did you ever see anything in her husband there? Anything that might have thought, oh, that's kind of odd? I mean, or that's maybe they got into an argument or something like that? Anything confrontational?
No.
Okay.
They always say, like, she'd be bringing in lunch or a coffee or something, and they always seem to be smiling and, like, give each other, like, a hug, or they kept it professional since they're at his work. So it always seemed like a happy atmosphere for them.
For them.
And I know you said you weren't really working directly with Dr. Drake, but did you ever see, like, any patients that left the office, like, were mad or upset, that looked upset to you or anything like that?
No, nothing comes to mind. Because I feel like I would be aware of that, and I would be front.
Yeah, like somebody leaves an office and they're upset about something, crying or angry or something, they left the office mad or something, or
Can you imagine if a doctor slapped your ass while you were just at work?
Any other female staff you think we should talk to? Or former staff?
I'm trying to think if Sarah.
Okay, let me explain this timeline. 2010, he gets fucking hit with a potential huge lawsuit in Texas because of this type of shit. Okay. According to Jennifer's sister, Brian Drake was fucking a patient. Then he was swinging with, you know, these two people. Then he got caught having an affair because he was in like affair recovery program. Jennifer and Brian were separated for 30 days. Brian had, it's wild, but this is like, so like this had just happened in 2010. This would have happened in like 2012. Like he had to pay to settle out of court. He told some girl's boyfriend that she has the nicest ass, and how do you handle all that? And then I don't know. There was way more than what, but he gave her money so that she wouldn't file with the board. And that was in like 2010. And it's like, so then Jennifer's over here saying my husband is a sex fiend like Tiger Woods, and like goes and has an intervention with Brian's family. Poor family. Like I just think about this and I'm like, dude, if you truly believe that your husband was a porn addict, whatever, all this crap, like you don't then move to Idaho and then think, okay, we'll just swing together. And okay, you can just like take pictures of me, or like I'll send you, you know what, like, I don't think that that's what you're supposed to do to, think about somebody's like a alcoholic. You don't say, okay, like me and you can just drink together. Like you don't, me and you can just, we'll have wine. Or as long as you do it with me, it's okay. Like, I don't think of somebody, okay, if you want to watch porn and I'm dating you, I would never think that you were cheating on me. I just would never think that. I would never think in a million thousand years that you could ever say that's cheating. I would think that you need some help. I don't know. I don't know. I think that I would love to find out the question of is, okay, you don't want your husband to cheat on you because he's going to like, it's just who he is. I'm just a guy. I need to have sex all the time. So, okay, let's just have an open marriage, which I think would be great for, awesome. But that's what you're agreeing to. Then how can you go be mad or like, how do you like, it's just, you should be careful what you sign yourself up for. But you can never say that somebody was a sex addict or somebody had an addiction to porn and then go become swingers. Like that doesn't even make any fucking sense, man. What do you think that's going to lead to, Jennifer? That's going to lead to the worst thing like that you could ever imagine. Okay, because then people start playing without you, Jen. Is that what happens? People start playing without you. That's what happens. You're only swinging with me. You're not swinging at all. But if you ask Jennifer, none of that's happening. Well, other people will say otherwise. I can't imagine somebody getting up on the stand and saying, yeah, I had sex with Brian and Jennifer. And Jennifer's going to sit there and say, I did not have sex with that person. I mean, do you think that's a relevant question to ask somebody that clearly lied? Like, it's relevant because you lied to the police about it. And it's relevant because if you didn't lie to the police and you're trying to find a killer that could have killed your husband, that a man who could be potentially pissed that we're used to swinging together, us four, well, here, why is your husband and my wife off doing their own thing? That's not what we signed up for. So like these are motives that people could kill people. So you would have to tell, like, it's obstructing justice by lying to the police, Jennifer, about what your little lifestyle is truly like. And it's the puddings, it's right there in all the text messages. It's right there in all the phones. It's literally right there. Like, what are you going to say about these text messages? You cannot say Brian was a different person in Texas than he is in Idaho. No, you guys were always doing this stuff. I believe that this was always happening. I think that this might have been a reason that y'all moved to Texas so that you guys could do your shit in peace and not be in Montana, because you couldn't live a lifestyle like that in Montana, where you're with your family. And if we go to Austin, we can do whatever. Well, I don't know. But then Jennifer said that she did not leave Texas because of any of that. Well, the emails say otherwise. She said that Brian's family did not help at all with the kids. They were never around. They lived like 3.5 hours away. So if you wanted help from your family, then why didn't you move back to Montana? Why would you move to Idaho and be 4 hours so away from your family? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. I would never think that I would move to an area where I'm 4 hours away from my family and saying that I expect my family to help me. Get the fuck out of here. 4 hours away, like, yeah. It's just unreasonable. This is all crazy. This is so bad. I don't know how I don't know how the fuck this is going to trial. I'd be so embarrassed if I can have this trial if I was them.
And to work there when he did, or if it switched to Sandy and another gal. Because like I said, I left for a while and then came back, so I can't remember which staff was there when he was.
Okay.
But I never got enough of a vibe like he was being inappropriate to anybody else, or I never seen him say, I don't remember any of the other girls ever saying, man, Dr. Drake did this to me, or said this to me, or, you know. I feel like if it was a big enough issue, Dr. Crocker or Dr. Elliott.
You didn't say it either, though. That's the whole thing. You were in your early 20s. You didn't say anything either. Well, supposedly you said something to these doctors. Then I had to ask these Dr. Crawfords and these Dr. Elliots, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how would you ever keep a liability like Brian Drake around your fucking practice? I'm sorry, but in 2000, that would have been, I mean, that's like when was the Me Too shit? You know, 2014. I could never think in a million thousand years like I'd be working in a chiropractic office and some dude that just started working at a place that's new is gonna slap my fucking ass. You new motherfucker. Like, no, that's never gonna happen. And if I wanted to, I'd be able to get them fired like that. Like, but where's Brian? Like, where's your fucking brain cells? Like, that's just dumb as fuck. And so, like, I think about it, I'm just like, is this guy, like, you know, like, he's a jock. Like, was Brian just a dumbass? Like, you know? And I think he is just not smart. I'm sorry, but I just don't think just dumb shit. I could never fuck with a dumb motherfucker, man. Ugh, shoot me. I ain't fucking no way. Never. So boring, too. People that are dumb are boring as fuck. No matter how hot you are. It just gets old.
Put a stop, or, you know, be like, absolutely not, you need to go, or something. It was only a few times to me, which is still inappropriate, but it was never enough that I thought she'd leave the office, or he didn't make me do it, but it was never enough that I thought she'd leave the office, or he didn't make me do it, but it was never enough that I thought she'd leave the office, or he didn't make me do it, but it was never enough that I know. But as far as, like, the doctors go, no one was ever angry at each other. It was always a great office environment. The doctor never butted heads with them. It didn't, you know, nothing like that. I don't feel like there was like a falling out or any bad behavior between the doctors or, you know.
Sure. Gotcha. Okay. Do you have any questions for us? Anything we can answer for you?
So you guys just have, there's no leads, any idea what happened?
Not at this time, no, not that we can talk about.
Good question.
We're just trying to get a background on the victim.
Yeah.
And find out, you know, why someone would do this.
Oh.
And
Yeah, to me, I'm absolutely shocked because he was always a nice guy, always in a good mood, always wanted to, you know, he's a great doctor, he wanted to help, he was happy, he was nice to the staff, never really came into work in a crappy mood, or, so when I found out that he died and was especially shot out in his office, it blew my mind.
Yeah. So what when you first heard about it, what'd you think? I mean, because I know people, it runs through their mind like, you know, how he was killed, in what manner he was killed. Did you ever think about that? Like, anything come to mind that off the top of your head as to why he might have been killed? Or why
I just thought for him to be shot, and just a few instances with him, like, grabbing my butt or saying, you know, and being kind of a perv to me, or just kind of like having that pervy vibe to me, I thought maybe he messed around with a patient or an office lady, or for someone to get shot, something had to happen, and for it to be at his office, I just tied with something with the patient went wrong, or with the employee went wrong, but to be shot, that's a big deal, you know. I just linked the information to it being at his office, so it had to be somebody that was tied to his office, but that's all I thought. But So sad.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we asked this to everybody, where were you on March 12th?
You didn't ask that to Jennifer.
Jennifer, March 12th. Can I look at my journal really quick?
Introduce anything you need.
Ah,
Hold on 1 second. I write down what I do every day, so
oh, that's so cute. So everybody's been asked that question allegedly, where they've been. And that's not true though. But I have a question. What person that you've talked to, ISP, came back and said, I think it was a chiropractor that killed him? Nobody. Not a single one. Every single person said that it was something that he had to have done, mess around with the patient. This is the first person I think that said employee, because he's never had an employees. That's the other thing that's really weird, is that how could this man be running an office where your hands are all over people and you don't want to be protected by having somebody there, with you, being like your, secretary or whatever. He said he couldn't afford it. So again, all this stuff just leads to be like, you are not successful if you're saying things like that. Get a retiree to somebody needs to be there. I would never ever want that. No way. You would never want someone to be able to claim that on you. Like if you have somebody else like that didn't happen, I was here, But everybody said the same thing. It was, an angry husband, boyfriend. Nobody said another chiropractor, because Brian Drake was stealing their patients. Only person that said that was Jennifer Drake. Only person. And that's who was running this investigation. Don't know why Jennifer Drake would run an investigation. Don't know why Jennifer Drake would be given a criminal discovery. But Idaho State Police gave Jennifer Drake their whole criminal discovery of the husband, of her husband, who has it's an unsolved murder right now. Wild shit. So ethical. So fucking ethical. Bunch of liars. And they're just flat out inept. Dude, they are just not smart, man. Like this Brian Kohlberger shit. Backseat bill filing to say that Brian Kohlberger's papers were 33 and 37 pages and he didn't ask the court for leave. Bill, just ridiculous. I have nothing to say. And then I hear about them talking, saying like, "Who's this Kimberly woman? Who's Chris? Who are all these people? Where's the Dr. Elliott report?" Like, there's a ton of people that the Idaho State Police interviewed and talked with, and it's just nowhere to be found in the discovery. This is Brady material for Dr. Moore, and y'all are fucking holding on to it. Like, that's going to come up. That should come up in the trial. Like, how does Jennifer Drake have more of the criminal discovery than Dr. Moore does of his own fucking criminal case? How is that possible? Explain that to me. Explain how Jennifer Drake has more of the criminal discovery. Jennifer Drake is not entitled to anything. Jennifer Drake having that allows every single person in the United States of America to have what she has. Because Idaho State Police gave it out. Go get a FOIA. Go request the whole fucking discovery. Go fill out a FOIA request for the Idaho State Police and ask and reference Jennifer Drake has the whole fucking discovery. I want everything that Jennifer Drake has. I want to see all 202 people in here go filing FOIA requests. Idaho State Police, District 1, Kootenai County, go get yourself some. I mean, it's absolute wild. This case is just going to case to go. I mean, Dan Moore didn't kill fucking Brian Drake. And if people would just do, I don't know, the slightest bit of work, it's all right there. But it points heavily points to the police, Eldora and Jennifer Drake. Jennifer Drake, Eldora Gatchell, and the police. Like, you cannot clear them yet. You can't even get to Dan Moore yet without the fuckerage that took place on 3/12/2020. Just shit. Garbage in, garbage out. So please, go request the fuck out of this shit. Dr. Moore was saying, Dr. Moore has an alibi witness. The alibi witness took a polygraph and passed. Idaho State Police was too scared to give Dr. Moore a polygraph. Why? Because then he passes. Like, this case is so similar to the Idaho 4 case with this car circling around and them thinking, oh my God, look, we got our killer. Like, he circled around and he went and parked and then he ran in and ran by, shot, ran in and stab, and then boom. The vehicle circling around. Ugh. Unbelievable. Will do, Justin. Go get it. Go get just hit him up. The Boundary County prosecutor, she is cock blocking anybody that tries to get FOIA requests out of Boundary County that she thinks is in connection with the Brian Drake case. So I just had one simple question. Why are your body cameras off? Like, you would think, I mean, daylight savings was on Sunday. The murder was on a Thursday, okay? How do you not change your body cameras? But I said, or were they not off? Or were they not? So I just had a simple question. I said, I want to have a case that was before that, but after Sunday, and I just want to see what the body camera said, if it had like the number. She tried to say that that was an open and active investigation. No, it's not. Dave McClellan, Bobby Goad, Eldora Gatchell, Jennifer Drake, and some bombshells coming. I can't believe that mainstream media or no media in Idaho is touching this case. But I can't believe it. Because it's bad. What these people were doing and are still doing is you guys, it's so bad. It's bad. Brian Drake wasn't killed because he was cheating. Jennifer Drake asked Idaho State Police if they thought that she and her family were, like, if they were going to be next. She wanted to know if she should close her blinds. That's what she says to the police. Meanwhile, her husband was just shot through the blinds while they were closed. She says, I mean, I don't know, should I be like, I think I should be like, at home, I should close my blinds. What? Like, were you trying to be a jackass by saying that? you know, just. And Idaho State Police is like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, from what it looks like, it was up in Bonner's Ferry, and it looks like, you know, that it would just be an isolated thing with your husband, but we don't know that for sure. We don't know what the motive is. We don't know what the motive is. So. Caleb Watts, what's up, baby? Caleb Watts, what's up? What's up? David McClellan, what's up? What's up? You guys, it's so bad. It's like, it's circumstantial. But so is Dr. Moore. So is Dr. Moore. Circumstantial as fuck. So, Lana, will they ever go after Jen? No, I'm starting to believe that if neither one of these two people aren't going after the other, that kind of proves my point. Because I think Jen should be suing the shit out of the cops to just, I don't know, let her husband bleed out and die. And then I think that the cops should be going after Jen to truly rule her out as a suspect. They never have ever ruled Jennifer Drake out as a suspect. There is no way that you can look at this evidence and say that we can rule Jennifer Drake out. It'd be like you saying that we can rule out Shanna Gardner. Okay, just because Shanna, you guys arrested her, it's a capital case, I think, out in Florida, and she didn't kill Jared. But they're saying that, you know, Henry Tenen was some guy that Gardner never knew, never met, nothing. Nothing's tying her to him, nothing. But the new husband of hers, that was his tenant. So, oh, and Shanna must have paid him, you know, put him up to it. So, okay. So just because Jennifer Drake didn't pull the trigger wouldn't mean that Jennifer Drake wasn't being involved. And it's just like, how are we not eliminating the inner circle first? Especially when you guys are listening to these interviews. Especially when I'm showing you guys that the police had, and they knew that they had Jennifer Drake going through and trying to break into his phone 48 hours before his murder. Brian Drake was beaten down a month before he was murdered. Dr. Moore didn't take a baseball bat and bash his knee in. In fact, if you just look at Brian's cell phone, Brian Drake gets a text message the day before, February 4th. It was on February 3rd. And this woman, out of the blue, or man, because it could be either one because it's a family account, texted Brian Drake out of the blue and set up an appointment for February 4th. And literally had the appointment right before his leg was bashed in. And then Brian Drake went in his phone and deleted that person out of his contacts. Deleted that email out. Or not the email, but the text message out. Brian Drake had Caleb Watts as a patient. He's a detective there. Brian Drake had police officers or their vehicles in the back of his office, quote unquote, watching him, allegedly, while he was getting steroids and pills from Dean D'Amata. How did you not interview Dean D'Amata if you were at the Idaho State Police? All you go and look in the extraction and see the deleted stuff that was out of there. It says deleted on the side. Look at all those deleted text messages and who they belong to. And then when you see exactly what it says, hey, I can't put this gear in your car because there's a cop standing next to it. Like, what the fuck? That happened right before, that was in May and June of 2019. Then Brian allegedly hurts his back in August. Brian then has back surgery. They get 20, 30 grand from a bunch of these Christians that pay into this pool or whatever. Brian doesn't work for all of September, or I'm sorry, all of October. I'm sorry, yeah, September and October. He starts seeing patients again in November of 2019, slowly getting worked up to, and then, we all know how December works. You're having he had 2 full weeks at the beginning, and then it's whatever. Then he had January, and then boom, February 4th, he gets his knee blasted, and then he's dead March 12th. And then when you look at the way he's working with his phone and he's turning it on and off, and where he's taking his cell phone and where he's choosing not to take it, he knows when not to have his cell phone on, and he knows, that man Brian Drake was alluding, he was doing something illegal. Brian Drake was part of something that was illegal. Because Brian Drake knew when to shut off his phone. Brian Drake knew when not to have certain things with him. How do I know this? Because he had Life 360. He had, like I said, his Google. And I think I caught maybe just a couple slip-ups where he didn't realize that maybe he had. But that's all circumstantial. But so are so many cases out there. And these cops know. They know that I'm not bullshitting. They know that I have the goods. And they all know it. It's crazy. And people in Idaho have reached out to me. I would never say anybody who did. And, but there's so many people in that area that are afraid of these fucking assholes. And I'm like, well, if a lot of people y'all stick together and you get out there and also vote out there, but if people don't want to help themselves, it's whatever. But everybody knows that Dan Moore didn't kill Brian Drake. Everybody in that fucking town knows that. And how are you not saying anything about it? That to me is just disgusting. Especially when a woman is saying that Bonners Ferry isn't good enough to move her family, go out and live in Bonners Ferry. I'm not living in Bonners Ferry, but it's good enough that your husband can come and travel to Bonners Ferry so that he can put food on the fucking table, right? That's what our town's good enough for, though, right? That would piss me the fuck off. Tell me that I'm the town that I love is not. It's not good enough to raise your fucking family in. She says it in an interview. Jennifer Drake says that flat out in an interview. Anybody that calls life insurance 13 times, okay, in 3 weeks, how do you not do that? That's kind of who gets a check after somebody's murdered within 3 weeks? She got her life insurance check for $1 million in 3 fucking weeks. How does that happen? Well, ask Mike Van Leuven. Because Gary Tolson, when he talked to the insurance company, he said, we just started doing information gathering here. Nobody's cleared as a suspect. Then Jennifer Drake called Mike Van Leuven and told Mike Van Leuven to talk to the insurance company. And Mike Van Leuven says, yeah, she's been nothing but cooperative. And we have no reason to suspect her. Are you kidding me? I can't wait for that to be asked on the stand. It's insurance fraud. This is insurance fraud. Nobody should have that $1 million yet. Because the person that is entitled to it, I think that should be an account for maybe the kids or something, but there's no way that Jennifer Drake has been cleared. There's no way that Eldora Gatchel and her niece and her husband and her daughter, all of Eldora's family, none of those motherfuckers should be cleared. Eldora Gatchel is a liar. And I can say that because I have proof to back it up. She didn't see a white truck because there was no white truck. The fucking cameras prove it. And I want to know how that fucking bitch knew that there was a white truck a minute after she left, though. And it's very simple. It's because the person that fucking was driving the white truck told your ass. And so did the police. So did Bobby Goad. So did who? Dave McClellan. Whoever the fuck y'all are in cahoots with. It's a big circle jerk over there. Eldora's blaming everybody. Jennifer's blaming everybody. The cops are just sitting there fucking doing nothing. Literally making sure that Brian Drake bleeds out and dies. Okay. Because what? Was it a drug deal that went wrong? And y'all had him like, I don't think it had to do with drugs though. I think it's a little bit worse than that. I think it's just, it's a little bit, all I saw was a bunch of people just obstructing justice like a motherfucker out there in Idaho. And I think everybody in Idaho should be putting in motions saying that we want our taxpayer dollars to go. We want that trial streamed. We want to be able to watch this. We have a very, very vested interest in seeing this case with Drake and more because we have a vested interest in corruption. And if this has to do with corruption, and that's all you have to say, and ask them to stream it. Ask them to stream it on one of their YouTube channels over there. But the Drake Moore civil case, everybody in that town has an interest in that case. Y'all live there. Police officers were given an address, knew where to go. They were there and they did not go in the building. And they waited and they waited and they waited and they waited and they waited. But then you have to ask yourselves, how come Brian Drake didn't call 911 himself? Because it didn't go down the way that Jennifer Drake says it went down. There is no way that Brian Drake would have been hit and rendered unconscious within 15 seconds. Not fucking possible. There's no way that Brian Drake was in that office and by himself with a cell phone and did not try to call 911 himself. Who would ever fucking believe this shit? He has dirt all over his back. He has dirt underneath his fingernails. I could see he ventured outside and he was ambushed outside. He didn't have his phone with him maybe, and he tried to get back inside to go get to his phone. But then that makes everything that Jennifer Drake says bullshit. But I find it really hard to believe that Brian Drake wouldn't have attempted to call 911 after being shot. If you have a phone and you're on it and you get shot while you were holding your cell phone, I gotta go, babe. hang up the phone and you're calling 911. What else are you going to do? Or how about this? Better yet, why wouldn't you? Well, if we're kind of engaged in some bullshit, or if the police are already there and I'm dealing with the police, I can't really call the police. Hey, I want to call the police on the police. Just think about all of that. But hey, we're going to leave it up to 12 fucking dumb Americans who just get into the fucking jury booth and just act like they were just born yesterday. It's just a sad, sad world we're living in. Everybody that was involved in the Brian Drake case that was like part of like law enforcement, you guys, Marty Ryan gone, Dave McClellan gone, Bobby Goad gone, I don't know, Zimmerman gone, Kramer, where the fuck are those assholes? One of those assholes killed somebody. Think who else? Oh my God, Brandon Johnson, just a disgrace. I can't even, does he even have a badge still? Travis Stoley quit. Then he decided to come back and then run for like sheriff. I think he is the sheriff now, isn't he? Is Travis Stoley the sheriff now? Like, a homie was at that crime scene, and I will play his body cam again or wherever he's on it. A deer in headlights, has no clue what he's doing. Just Google the fucking people that are working this case, or that worked this case, and see where they're at today. Like, you know, like where they were back then, where they are now. Yeah. They all got the fuck out of Dodge. It's just sad. I'm just glad I don't live in fucking Idaho. I'd move. You guys, these police officers were changing, messing with there was like SA in high school. Brandon Johnson, come out and talk about that publicly. Brandon Johnson, go talk about the senior keg party. Talk about that publicly. They fabricated and manipulated fucking evidence. They changed calls of like times like of reporting out to parties and shit like that. And they're doing it because nobody's holding them accountable. And the people that need to hold them accountable are the citizens that live there. And they don't do anything. So I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. I think all these people that live in Idaho and that have nothing to fucking better to do should get up and go to that trial every day and go sit in that courtroom and hear it for yourself. How crazy what's going to go on in that courtroom with this case. Everybody's fucking everybody in Idaho. I'll leave you guys with that. Peace out. Go White Rose, go. Love you, mods. You guys rock. Boom. No taxation without representation. Absolutely. Oh. Ask Jennifer Drake to go split her mail. This has nothing to do about the Ryan Culver case. Oh, Gray Hughes. Oh, Gray Hughes. Thank you guys for the super stickers. Murky, DMC, Sherry D. Oh yeah, there you go. Google says the 73 miles from Hayden Bonner for an hour and 18 minutes, and she just I don't know what she's doing. When you die, go get it, go get it, go get it. Tell Dr. Waller I said what's up.